Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to Last Perhaps Baseball's live commentary at the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you from Seibu the game between the Lions and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. And we are, first of all, going to give you the starting lineups from the visitors from Fukuoka. We do welcome everybody who listens live or on delay. Our friend Titus is in the house tonight. We appreciate you for being in here with us. So it is going to be leading off for the Hawks. Wearing number 23, the center fielder is Yukio Shudo. Batting second at second base is number 13, Masaki Momori. And the three spot doing the designated hitting is number 9, Yuki Yanagita. And the cleanup spot in left field is number 3, Kinsuki Kondo. Batting fifth at first base is number 7, Akira Nakamura. Batting sixth at shortstop is number 6, Kenta Imamiya. And the seventh spot in playing right field is number 32, Tetsuro Yanagamachi. Batting eighth at third base is number 43, Tomoya Inoue. And batting ninth and doing the catching is number 19, Takuya Kai. And they are going to be facing Wataru Matsumoto, who takes to the hill. He's got a 4-8 record on the year. He's worked 90 and 2/3 innings. He's allowed 78 hits. 38 runs, 36 have been earned. He's walked 34 and struck out 36. He's got an ERA of 3.57. So he is going for the Lions here tonight against the Hawks. And now your starting lineup for the home team from Seibu. The Lions leading off is number 6, Sasuke Genda. He's going to play shortstop. Batting second at second base is number 5, Shuta Tonosaki. And the three spot in the right field is number 9, Takuya Hiruma. Batting fourth at first base is number 30, David McKinnon. Batting fifth and doing the designated hitting is number 60, Takiya Nakamura. Batting sixth at third base is number 58, Ryushi Sato. Hitting in the seventh spot in left field is number 10, Mark Payton. Batting eighth and doing the catching is number 37, Sena Suge. And batting ninth in center field is number 51, Manaya Nishikawa. And they are going to be facing Carter Stewart, who is taking the hill tonight for the Hawks. He brings a 3-5 record to the table. He's worked 55 and 2/3 innings. He's allowed 50 hits, 20 runs, 18 have been earned. He has walked 34 and struck out 48, and he's got himself an ERA of 2.91. Well, those are your starting lineups for the ball clubs. Our friend God is Great says he is watching the game on TV. We're going to bring you all the action here tonight, and more than likely the rest of the week at this time of the night. We are still trying to get our days turned back around. Not having a lot of success doing it, so we might as well stay up and do some Japanese baseball midweek, whether you listen live or on delay. It's great that you guys are with us. We'll be back in just a couple moments, everybody, with the first pitches. The mascots have assisted the first pitch to be thrown out here tonight. We'll get this one rolling here in just a few. It is Hawks versus Lions tonight from the Baluna Dome in Seibu. We'll be right back in just a couple moments. It is Hawks and Lions. We'll be back in 30 with the first pitch of the ball game. We'll be right back after this. Appreciate you guys for dropping in with us tonight. Hang tight. Baseball to follow here in 30. Welcome back, everybody. Matsumoto has just completed his warm-up tosses, and we're ready to get this one underway. It's going to be Yukio Shudo, Masaki Momori, and Yuki Yanagita to get things going here. The Baluna Dome tonight has a lot of empty seats as the Lions are pretty much all but out of the playoff race. There are chances that they are not officially eliminated yet, but they are pretty close to being such. It is really a two-horse race for the third spot. It is the Hawks and the Golden Eagles that are battling it out for that position there. The Marines and the Buffaloes looks like all have locked up the other playoff positions. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It's a fastball that misses outside for ball one. And we are underway at officially 6:01 local time or Japan time. Shudo batting .200 on the year with a couple of homers and 15 RBIs. He swings and lifts that one foul into the netting down the left field line. That is going to run the count even to 1-1. Got a chance to get to the stadium a couple of weeks ago, and all I got to tell you is it is hot and it is humid. It is an open-air dome. It is a dome stadium, but it is open air. As the 1-1's delivered, it's a breaking ball swung on. This is lofted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Fielded on a hop by the left fielder, Mark Payton, and that is going to be a leadoff single here for Shudo. That's going to bring up the second baseman, Masaki Momori. You got to keep your eye on Shudo. He's got 27 stolen bases on the year. He can run, and it is going to be one of those situations here whether they can save themselves a bunt and try to get him over into scoring position right off the hop. So Shudo can move. Mori at the plate batting .270 with 4 homers and 16 runs driven in. He himself has pretty good bat control, so if they can move that runner over, one would have to think that he's going to be able to hit behind the runner to get him over to third. There's a good chance here that the Hawks will take a lead here in the first. There's a fastball that just misses down, and the count is 1-0. One of the things with the pitcher, Matsumoto, got a chance to see him pitch last week in Kobe as he took to the hill against the Oryx Buffaloes. And when I was at that game, the thing that was noticeable is that he is about just barely above a 50% strike thrower. And as he throws over to first base, diving back in time is the base runner, Momori. And he struggles. He battles and battles and battles, and he is tough to watch. He does not get ahead in the count as often as one would like, as we exhibit here with Momori. And of course, as Shudo was ball one, falls behind early. And he's not the fastest of workers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1 on Momori. And again, he's got a record of 4-8 on the season. His ERA at 3.57. But he is a innings eater. He tries to get them into the 5th and the 6th inning, and it's not one of their, what I would call one of their top arms. Of course, Takahashi and Imai would probably filter into that category. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and now time has been called at home plate as Momori is doing a little bit of gardening. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Momori batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Matsumoto. So when I chose my seats at this particular venue, I was sitting up in the upper area down the left field line. As I said, it's like a bowl. You go in and then you go down. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is now 2-1. And the reason for that it was the whole idea was to try to get a little bit of a breeze. If you were down low, there's not much of a breeze, and it is like sitting in a bowl of soup. It can be downright uncomfortably hot and humid. So Shudo establishes his lead over at first base. The right-hander Matsumoto working to the set. And now he kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on. It's lifted foul behind home plate, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Momori. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. As I mentioned, we'll more than likely come back and do another game tomorrow and potentially the day after. And as we do that, what we'll look to try to accomplish is we'll pick games where we can see some decent pitching matchups. I'm not sure exactly who tomorrow will have to offer until we get into this game a little bit here. Usually they will make the announcements on the NPB site once this game is underway. We'll be able to pick off who that potentially will be for tomorrow. In fact, they've already got it up, and they throw over to first base, and getting back in time is Shudo. Well, that was a little closer than it should have been. He's able to dive back in there safely. Well, it does look like they've already got the starters up for tomorrow, so we probably would lean to come back to this one again, as it looks like it's Kohei Arihara for the Hawks and Kaito Yoza going for the Lions. As the right-hander Matsumoto works to the set position, and now he delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded to the right side of the shortstop, Genda, who's unable to come up with the ball. Genda was moving towards second base as he was moving to cover. On the move was Shudo, And he had the slam on the brakes, did Genda, and had to go back to his backhand side. We're going to see how they're going to rule that. I think that may be a base hit. But regardless, Shudo is safe at second. Mamori is safe over at first. It was a difficult play on the backhand. We'll see what the scorer has to say about that one in a moment. If I look at the other games in the other side, I see that Daichi Osera is going against Kojiro Yoshimura tomorrow for the Swallows. Shota Imanaga goes for Yokohama against Kodai Umezu of the Dragons, as there is a fastball taken under the hands for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Yuki Yanagita. And then it's going to be Akihiro Aoyagi for the Tigers going against Yokogawa of the Giants tomorrow night. So nothing really that pops for me pitching-wise in the Central League. Here comes the 0-1 offering. As the right-hander works to the set and now delivers, it's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1 on Yanagita. Yanagita hitting .308 on the year with 20 homers and 75 runs batted in. We talked about this last week, how both Yanagita and Kondo really have fed off of one another. As I said, for Tuesday night, this is a rather sparse crowd. Not a lot in right field, certainly not in left. And now the children are officially back in school. That might not play into the favor of some of these teams to get the kids out. There's a fastball taken inside for a called strike. The count is 1-2. So a neat venue is this ballpark. When you get a chance to get to it, the train, it's the Seibu line that actually runs you right to the train station, or right from the subway station or the train station, takes you right to the ballpark. Then you've got your selection of food outside. But what's really cool about the ballpark there is they have a training facility, an indoor facility, which would be kind of in where center field would be, way on the other side. As that fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. And they also have where the second team plays. I was able to catch the second team, some of their action. They were playing a university club. I have a buddy of mine who lives in Japan who had played professionally, and he was saying that was unheard of. As little as 6-7 years ago, you would never see that, but they've come to some agreements and are working on the development of the overall part of the game. So university teams will play the second team on days off. There's a fastball that swung on it, is popped up in the air behind second base. Moving over underneath it is Genda, and he's there to make the catch. And that's going to retire Yanagita for the first out of the inning. Just a note on Mamori, he was awarded a base hit there, so it's 2 hits in the ball game here for the Hawks, and they're half of the first inning. So the runner, Shudo, is at second. Mamori is the runner at first. That brings Kazuki Kondo to the plate. Kondo here batting .301 on the year with 21 homers and 74 runs driven in. Stepping in here, ready to face the right-hander Matsumoto for the first time tonight. Kondo digs himself in, and he acknowledges the pitcher for taking his time to do so. He wangles the bat, now waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Matsumoto, who works to the set. He checks the runner over at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on it, is grounded foul down the first base line, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Kondo. Kondo up in most statistical categories, third in batting average, third in home runs, and second in RBIs in the Pacific League. As an outside chance at a triple crown, he has to get going in all of those categories, as he is at or near the top. So right-hander against the left-hander, Matsumoto working to the set position. Again, checks the runner Shudo at second and delivers. It is a changeup that misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. Something you don't see a lot of in the NPB are changeups. A lot of the pitches that you do see, fastballs, breaking balls, and splitters, but you don't see a lot of changeups or slip changes in different ways. But Matsumoto is one of those pitchers who does rely on his changeup more frequently than others. Here comes the 1-1. Again, he checks Shudo at second and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Kondo. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Akira Nakamura waiting his turn on deck. Right-hander gets the sign from his catcher, acknowledges, and now works to the set. We'll keep you up to date on the out-of-town scoreboard as we do move along in this one. There's a fastball swung on. This is lifted into left center field. Over underneath it is the left fielder, Peyton. He's there. He makes the catch. Tagging at second is Shudo, but he's able to get back to the bag as the left fielder, Peyton, throws it in behind him, and that's going to retire Kondo for the second out of the inning. So 2 away here, and that's going to leave it all up to the first baseman, Akira Nakamura. So I say Akira, it's Takia Nakamura actually is it's Akira Nakamura is the first baseman, and Takia Nakamura is the DH for the Lions tonight. So Akira Nakamura batting from the left side for the Hawks here. He's hitting .281 on the year with 4 homers and 34 runs driven in. Right-hander Matsumoto delivers a fastball that misses upstairs for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Last pitch came in at 92 miles an hour from the right-hander Matsumoto. Nakamura, not a lot of pop in the stick, only 4 homers this year, as we had mentioned before. But he has some pretty good bat-to-ball skill. He has driven 34 in. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. We have seen him at times in the top spot and the leadoff spot in the batting order. But with Yukio Shudo getting the nod tonight in center field, and has pushed Akira Nakamura down in the ranks for sure. So here comes the 1-1 pitch as the right-hander checks the runner at second, now delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1 to Nakamura. 20 pitches already for Matsumoto in this one. 12 of them have been for strikes, so 60%. That's pretty much what we would think the high point would be here for the right-hander. He does struggle, as we said, to throw strikes, as we witnessed firsthand last week. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 3-1. Should Nakamura reach base, it's Kenta Imamiya who waits his turn on deck. So 3 balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting first baseman of the Hawks. Hawks and Lions from Saitama tonight. As the right-hander leans in, he gets the sign from his catcher, Suge, and he works to the set position. He checks the runner at second. He checks him again, and now he was ready to go back to work. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now runs full. Beginning next week, there are going to be some makeup games of rainouts throughout the NPB, and so there are going to be some Monday games in the month of September. So we are going to be on the call for some of them as well, so be sure to check the schedule as it gets closer. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nakamura. Runners at first and second. They'll be on the move as Matsumoto works to the set. He checks Shudo at second and now delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in. That's going to be ball 4. Nakamura is going to be aboard here with a walk. It's going to load the bases. Shudo heads over to third. Momori advances to second, and that is going to bring up the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. So as we had speculated before, and as we mentioned, Matsumoto is one of those ones who has the difficulty throwing strikes. He's a bit of a Houdini. He gets himself into pickles, and he just has enough to be able to wiggle himself out. But as we said at the outset here, 34 walks in 90 2/3 innings. Now that's 35 walks and 91 1/3 if you're up to the moment. So that is going to bring Imamiya to the dish, who's batting .257 with 8 homers and 36 RBIs. And the other part to this is he's going to ratchet his pitch count up early here in the first innings. So already on his way to 30 pitches. Here comes the first offering to Imamiya. The right-hander delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined over the head of the second baseman. It's going to get down into center field. 1 run is in. And they're going to throw into third base, and sliding in safely is going to be Nakamura. And it is also going to score Momori from second. So Shudo scores the first run of the inning on the 2 RBI single by Kenta Imamiya. Momori comes all the way around from second, and Nakamura slides safely into third. That's going to have put runners at the corners, but it's going to give a 2-0 lead here for the Hawks here in the first inning. Mamori crosses the dish, 2-0 here as Carter Stewart's going to have a lead to pitch with here tonight. If you're a Fukuoka fan, you've just pumped the fist. That's going to bring up the right fielder, Tetsuro Yanagamachi. For Yanagamachi, he's hitting .266 on the season with no homers and 28 runs driven in. Not a lot of juice in the stick for Yanagamachi, but his bat-to-ball skills have been on display in the last 6 weeks or so, as he has yanked his average up to almost the 270 mark. Here comes the first offering from the right-hander, who delivers a fastball that misses upstairs for ball one. 1-0 to Yanagamachi. Yanagamachi hitting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Matsumoto. He gets himself dug in, and we're ready to go again as the right-hander checks the runner at first, and now he's ready to deliver. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Yanagamachi to be followed by Inoue if he reaches safely. Here comes the 2-0 as the right-hander Matsumoto checks the runner over at first, and now he works to the set position. And he kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted into the seats down the third baseline. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. One of the things that I noticed about the crowd or the stadium at the Blue Note Dome, so when you enter in where the center field is located. That's pretty much the main entrance. I don't even think there's another entrance. And then when you have to go to your seating, it's a incline all the way around to where home plate would be. So you have to walk around the outside of that upper bowl and then make your way all the way to the top. It's a neat configuration. There's a fastball that misses outside. Count is now 3 balls and 1 strike to Yanagamachi. 13 balls and 15 strikes so far for Matsumoto. The nemesis is being able to throw strikes. Here comes the 3-1 offering as the right-hander works to the set. Now delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to cash another run in as Nakamura is going to score. And Imamiya is going to throw on the brakes. He's going to stop at second as Yanagamachi's got himself a single. And that's going to get a visit from the pitching coach. And that is going to increase the scoreline to 3-0 here in the first inning. So difficulty throwing strikes, and then when he does throw strikes, the Hawks have been able to put bat to ball. That pitch there, good piece of hitting by Yanagamachi, staying inside the baseball and driving it the other way. He picks himself up his 29th RBI of the year. Not bad piece of hitting depth there for the Hawks. So that brings Tomoya Inoue to the plate, as Inoue is batting .200 on the year with no homers and an RBI. This is going to be his 12th ball game of the year for the young fella. They are probably the biggest question mark is the third base play. Kurihara out right now. They've had Richard in there at third. They've had a number of different players that have rotated their way through that position. Nobody has really been able to take a stranglehold on that spot. There's a first pitch fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Nobuhiro Matsuda, who was the veteran with the Hawks, he moved on to the Giants this year. And now they probably wish they would have maybe hung on to him for one more year. He's at the twilight of his career as he's approaching 40 years old, is Matsuda. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball, waved out and missed. And the count now goes to 0-2 on Inoue. There is scoring around the NPB as the Marines are out to a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning against Tohoku. Rakuten Golden Eagles, and it is 1-0 for the Carp over the Swallows tonight at the Jinju. That is in the top of the second inning. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it's a split finger pitch swung on its line past the glove of the third baseman into left field, fielded by Peyton. That's going to score another run as Imamiya is going to come around from second to score just past the glove of the leaping third baseman Sato. That's going to be an RBI single here for Inoue. That's going to bring up the 9th hitter of the plate in Takuya Kai here in the first inning. So the Hawks are flapping their wings here in the top of the first. We're going to see if the Lions will have any type of response in the bottom half against Carter Stewart. That's going to be a lot easier to pitch with a 4-run lead. That is for sure. Our friend Titus says he's still listening. Right now it's still listening time. Just hope this one doesn't get away on us here, as it is a 4-0 lead for the Hawks. So Kai waiting on the first offering, and he takes a breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. 33 pitches now for the right-hander, and it doesn't get any easier, as it is going to be the top of the order Shudo who waits on deck. So the Hawks batting around here in their top half of the first inning. Here comes the 0-1 as the right-hander works to the set. Now delivers. Fastball taken just below the knees for a ball, and the count is 1-1. Oh, boy. It's tough not to get the calls, but it's tough not to get the calls in certain spots. That pitch looked like a darn good pitch. Right-hander Matsumoto nods in agreement with his catcher Suge. Here comes the 1-1 offering. It's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul behind home plate. The count goes to 1-2. The tough pill to swallow on the line drive base hit by Inoue. That was an 0-2 pitch that he lined past the glove of the third baseman. And you think about that, way too good a pitch at 0-2. Too good of a swing on too good of a pitch. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Takuya Kai. Pitch number 36 of the inning ready to happen now. As the right-hander works to the set, he gets his sign and now ready to deliver. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball missing upstairs, and the count now goes even to 2-2. Four runs and 5 hits so far for the Hawks. No errors made by the Lions at this point. Here comes the 2-2 offering as Matsumoto working set. Now delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. And Kai goes in the books for out number 3, but not until there has been damage done, and lots of it here in the first inning for Fukuoka. 4 runs in the inning on the benefit of 5 hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We are now through 1 complete inning in Saitama. Your score is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 4, and the Lions no score as they are coming to bat. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this. Appreciate you guys for being here. Here's our friend Steve.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
That's right, everybody. We've got a 4-0 lead for Carter Stewart as we go to the bottom half of the inning. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order for the Lions. Sosuke Igenda, Shuda Tonosaki, and Takuya Haruma to face the American right-hander Carter Stewart Jr., who is going to be making his 11th appearance of the 2023 season as the right-hander gets ready to take over here on the hill. Sosuke Igenda, as they would say, he is batting .268 on the year with no homers and 17 runs driven in. Batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Carter Jr. He digs himself in. Here comes the first offering from the right-hander, who rocks into the windup and delivers. The first pitch is a fastball that pours in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Genda enjoying himself a late start to the season. He missed quite a bit of time, but now that he is getting a chance to play every day, an important part for this ball club, as there's a fastball that misses outside. The count goes even at 1-1. He is the captain of the ball club. A little bit disappointing for the Lions this year, as it's going to be another missed opportunity for the playoffs. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 1-2. The word, at least that I heard with regards to the Lions, is that because of the ballpark and it's where they play, it's extremely hot. It's like a soup bowl. As we mentioned, a lot of the players, once they can get to their domestic free agency, they are out of there. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2 on Genda. I think a certain players, like Shogo Akiyama was a Lion. Of course, when it was time to come back to the NPB, he didn't come back to Saitama. He ended up with Hiroshima. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and Genda goes in the books for out number 1. So 1 Lion up and 1 Lion down here in the first inning. That's going to bring up the second baseman, Shuta Tonosaki. The game I was at was against the Fighters. It was the Fighters and the Lions got snuffed out on their home ground, as it was a 7-0 ball game that I attended. But there was an opportunity for a run, and actually Tonosaki had made a base running gaffe, as he was at, I believe he was at third base, or he was at second base. Regardless, he didn't cross the plate in time. There's a fastball that misses down low, and the count is 1-0 to Tonosaki. And the trail runner behind him was thrown out at third. Had he been hustling and running hard, he probably would have scored that run, and they would have had themselves at least a run in that point of the game to keep it close. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. The manager for the Lions challenged, and they lost the challenge. It wasn't even close. It was a good call by the home plate umpire right on top of the timing play. There's a fastball swung on, and it is chopped foul over on the third base side. The count now goes to 2-1 on Tonosaki. One of the things that we've noticed with Carter Stewart is he is sometimes a different pitcher from the windup and into the stretch. In the windup, and he can get into a rhythm. He can get on quite the roll. Get him in having to pitch from the stretch position, he starts to lose it a little bit. There's a line drive snagged right by the third baseman, Inoue, who had to take a couple of steps to his right. Oh, Tonosaki hit that ball on the screws, but right to the glove of Inoue. He's gone for out number 2. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Takuya Haruma. He was about 1 or 2 steps out of the box, and Tonosaki knew that ball was going to be hauled in. So that brings Haruma to the plate, who is hitting .264 on the year with a couple of homers and 19 runs batted in. He takes a first pitch fastball low and in for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Stewart's going to have to clean up a little bit here. He has thrown so far not a ton of pitches, only 10 pitches. Half of them have been balls, and he's fallen behind in the count to the hitters. So going to have to get himself settled in here on the mound quickly. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the line in left field, and that ball is going to slice into the netting. And that is going to run the count now to 1 ball and 1 strike. It's interesting to see how high that netting is down the left field line as well. The balls can get over the top of it. It's also there to protect those in the bullpen. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up in the infield. It's on the right side and playable. Moving over underneath it is the first baseman, and it's going to be hauled in by Nakamura, and that is going to retire Haruma for the 3rd out of the inning. And that will do it for the Lions here in their half of the first as they go quietly. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 1 complete. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 4 and the Saitama Seibu Lions. No score. We'll be back with the top of the second when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. It is NPB Baseball. It is Hawks and Lions. We are moving to the top of the second inning. Your score is 4-0 for the Hawks over the Lions. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action right after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in, whether you listen live or on delay. It is Central League Baseball, live commentary on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the second inning. It is going to be the top of the order kind of come up for the Hawks here as Wataru Matsumoto on for his second inning of work. 37 pitches in the first inning for the Lions right-hander as he delivers a first pitch fastball at 90 miles an hour at the knees to Yukio Shudo for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Shudo got the party started with a leadoff single in the first, and he came around to score the first run of the game. As he swings at a fastball, it's popped up on the left side of the infield. Drifting back underneath it is Genda, and he's there to make the catch. And that is going to retire Shudo for the first out of the inning. So a 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Masaki Momori. Well, for Momori, he also had a single his first trip up and came around to score the second run of the inning for the Hawks. He is 1 for 1 tonight in this one. Momori bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Matsumoto, and he throws a fastball in for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Mori's pulled his average up to 273 with that knock in the first inning. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. So whatever Matsumoto has to do to get himself back on track will be a big help here for the Lions. And sometimes you'll see teams will score a bunch in the first, and then they go quiet after that. There's a fastball that misses upstairs for a ball, and the count is 1-2. And I think that's what the Lions would be hoping for in this one. Matsumoto can settle down. He is going to be good for 100-plus pitches, one would think, if he keeps it reasonable. There's a fastball waved at and missed. Momori goes in the books. That's the second strikeout for the Lions right-hander, and he is going to put Momori in the books for out number 2. That's going to bring up the designated hitter in Yuki Yanagita. Well, for Yanagita tonight, he is 0 for 1. He popped out to the shortstop his first time up. As he bats here against the right-hander Matsumoto, and there's a first pitch fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. Count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. As we said, we will make an announcement at some point tomorrow, but more than likely probably be the same 2 ball clubs again here tomorrow night. And the right-hander delivers a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 1 ball and 1 strike to Yanagita. Matsumoto ready to deliver again. There's a breaking ball swung on and just chopped foul behind home plate, and the count goes to 1-2 on Yanagita. Right-hander ready to go again. Matsumoto works to the set. Now he kicks and fires. Fastball missing outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Should Yanagita reach, it's Kondo who waits his turn on deck. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the right side. Fielding it on the backhand side and making the throw to first is Tonosaki, and they're going to retire Yanagita by a half a step. That goes in the books as a ground out 4-3 for the third out of the inning. And the Hawks go quietly in their half of the second. There was no runs in the inning, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now through 1.5. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. We appreciate you guys for jumping in. Whether you listen to us live or on delay, it's great to have you here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. There is now scoring at the Goshen Stadium as the Tigers have taken a 1-0 lead over the Giants. That's in the bottom of the second inning. All the other games are still at the same scores we provided you earlier. 1-0 Carp over the Swallows. That's in the bottom of the second at the Jinju. 4-0 here in this one, and 1-0 for the Marines over the Eagles. No score between Fighters and Buffaloes and Bay Stars and Dragons. This brings David McKinnon to lead it off here in the second. McKinnon, Nakamura, and Sato to face the right-hander Stewart Jr., who kicks and delivers a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. McKinnon's got his average up to 249, 12 homers and 41 runs driven in. The American right-handed hitting first baseman. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball that just misses inside, and the count goes even to 1-1. McKinnon started off the season at a pretty good clip, and then he fell off the mark quite a bit. He had really struggled for a while. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now is 1-2. But I have to say, over the last couple of months of the season, he has really picked it back up. He's got his average at almost 250. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Stewart delivers a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. And he's been productive with his home runs and RBIs, but need a few more table setters for him there to be able to be a greater run producer. Hard to drive runners in if you've got to have people ahead of you setting the table. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander Stewart rocks into the windup, and he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted foul down the right field line. The count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to McKinnon. As the right-hander Stewart gets his sign from his veteran catcher Takuya Kai. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow center field, coming in and playing it on the hop is Shuto, and then the ball spins away from him. But McKinnon is going to be aboard with a single. And that is a leadoff single here in the second inning, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Takuya Nakamura. Fairly simple approach there by McKinnon, really not much of a big step, and he just shortened up his swing and was able to fight off the pitch into shallow center field. He gets himself a leadoff single here, and Nakamura steps to the plate. The big fella batting .265 with 16 homers and 37 runs driven in. Waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Stewart. As he kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on. This is lined into right field for a base hit. It's going to be fielded there by the right fielder, Yanagamachi. Stopping at second is going to be McKinnon. And the Lions have something brewing here in their half of the second inning. Back-to-back singles. Nice piece of hitting there by Nakamura to go the other way through the 4-hole. So they've got runners at first and second. That's going to bring up Ryushi Sato. Keep our eye here if they're going to be in a bunt situation. I personally don't think I would be bunting in this spot. You've got 2 runners that are not the most fleet of foot here as your lead and trail runner. And then, of course, you've got Sato, the third baseman, who's been swinging a decent bat at the NPB level. He's batting .277 with a homer and 12 RBIs. But you never know. It is one of those standard pieces. You've got Mark Payton waiting his turn on deck. Sato's got 155 at-bats this year. So he has more than just a cup of coffee being played. There's a fastball taken for a called strike at the knees for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Lions have something brewing here in their half of the second inning. as they're looking to claw their way back into this one. Here comes the pitch, and it is a breaking ball that misses way outside. It was in the left-handed batter's box. Kai does a nice job of blocking it and keeping it in front. Carter Stewart had 12 pitches in the first inning, and 6 of them were balls. He's got a similar situation that Wataru Matsumoto is going to be faced with, and that is throwing enough strikes. Both of these pitchers here, if they get past the 6th inning, it would almost be a small miracle. Breaking ball swung on. It's off the end of the bat, grounded softly to second. Fielded neatly by the second baseman, Mamori. His only play is going to be to first. It's like a swinging bunt in some ways. That ball was cued off the end of the bat. Sato's going to be retired on a ground out 4-3. He's gone for out number 1, but advances McKinnon over to third and Nakamura to second. It's going to put 2 hitters in scoring position, and that is going to bring up the left fielder, Mark Payton. Well, for Payton, he's hitting .215 on the year. He's got 5 homers and 20 runs driven in. He bats from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Carter Stewart Jr. So the right-hander Stewart Jr. leans in, gets the sign from Kai. As Payton ready to face the right-hander for the first time. And there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. If ever a 4-run lead didn't feel so safe, this would be one of those situations right here and now. One would have to think that there's going to be some action here in this one, and the action is still about to happen. 1 ball and no strikes it is here to Payton as the right-hander delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It's lined into the down in front of the netting on the left field line, and the count now is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Stewart gets himself a new baseball, and they're ready to go again. Interesting, I was talking to some folks over when I was in Japan, and one of the things that I was of the understanding is that Yu Darvish had thrown Major League Baseball on a bus. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into deep center field. Tagging at third is McKinnon. He's going to come in to score, and that is going to open up the scoring for the Lions. It's going to be a sacrifice fly to 8. Gone for the second out of the inning is going to be Payton, but he is going to get himself an RBI. It's going to score McKinnon, and Nakamura is going to stay at second. So that cuts into the lead. It's now a 4-1 ball game for the Hawks. That's going to bring up Senasuge to the plate. And as I was starting to say about the Yu Darvish, he was talking about why there are so many Tommy John surgeries in Major League Baseball. He thinks because of the size of the ball, it's a little bit bigger than what they use in the Japanese league, as well as what they're allowed to put on the ball or the substance that's already applied to the ball in Major League Baseball. And he also thinks just that slight bit more heaviness is what they have, and that is why he figures that they see a lot of Tommy John surgeries. There's a fastball that misses inside. The count is 1-0 in Major League Baseball than what you would see on average in Japan. Interesting topic for debate. So 4-1, the Hawks have the lead as the Lions have got one back here in the second. Here comes the 1-0 offering as Stewart holds at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This is lined into right field. Moving over to his left and making the catch on the run is Yanagamachi, and that is going to do it. Suge is retired for the third out of the inning. Well, they got a run back in the ball game, did the Lions here in the second on the benefit of 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 2 complete. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the third inning when we return right after this. We've got a 4-1 Hawks lead as we move to the top of the third inning. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment. Appreciate you for listening in. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat for the Hawks here in their half of the third inning. That means Kensuke Kondo, Akira Nakamura, and Kenta Imamiya to get things rolling here for Fukuoka, who jumped out to a 4-0 lead in the first inning when they batted around against Wataru Matsumoto. Matsumoto getting his third inning of work. Well, since that, those runs have been tacked on to the scoreboard. He has retired 4 in a row. So Matsumoto ready to come on back out here again in his half of the inning. We were saying the problem for Matsumoto, at least when I saw him last week against the Buffaloes in Kobe, is throwing enough strikes. Living by the 50% rule is not going to be good enough at this level to get hitters out. As the first pitch is a breaking ball to Kondo that misses outside for ball 1. Kondo 0 for 1 tonight, flew out to the left fielder his first time up. His average is at .301 with 21 homers and 74 runs driven in as he swings through a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Kondo. Right-hander Matsumoto gets the sign from his catcher Suge, and he's ready to go to work again. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. That buckled the knees of Kondo that time. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. We'll put our announcement up, but more than likely the same 2 ball clubs again tomorrow night. As there's a pitch, it is a fastball that just misses, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Kondo. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Unless, of course, we get a little bit antsy and decide to go with a ball game that would be a one for the Central League, but we'll make a decision on that one at another point. As there's a breaking ball that is fought off by Kondo, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander ready to deliver again. He kicks and he fires. It's a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. And again, the count remains at 2-2 to Kondo. Maybe we get excited and get over and call the Carp and the Swallows. That would be entertaining, obviously, from the Jinju. But I don't know if I like the pitching matchup in tomorrow's affairs. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left center field. Moving over to his right, and underneath it is the center fielder, Nishikawa. He's got room and space, and he makes the catch. And that's going to retire Kondo for the first out of the inning, 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Akira Nakamura. I have to tell you, one of the things, I saw the Carp play about 5 times when I was in Japan there over the last couple of weeks. Saw them twice in Osaka play the Giants at a neutral site game. Of course, they played the Dragons at home. I saw them 4 times. They played the Bay Stars as well. As the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses to Nakamura for ball 1. Here comes the offering from Matsumoto. It's a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. The count runs even now at 1-1. But one of the things is that their uniforms are very, very difficult to look at the best of times. Here's the pitch. It is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. Count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. I thought it was just on the television screens that they were hard to look at, almost impossible when you're there and sitting at distance, picking up the jersey numbers as well. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside. The count goes to 2-2. So I wonder who the bright light who decided that red on red. Red numbers on a red jersey would be a good idea. Whoever that was needs to be repositioned in the organization. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and fouled away. Count is 2-2. You just can't see the numbers. Very, very difficult. And if you have binoculars, you still have a hard time seeing the numbers. They're very difficult. But that is what they had chosen to do. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle past the glove of the shortstop, Genda. And Nakamura is aboard with a one-out single. That's the second time tonight he's reached base. And that is going to bring up the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. Well, Imamiya had a big blow in the first inning. He came to bat with the bases loaded and a couple of gone, and he had a 2-run single to open up the scoring for the Hawks back in the first inning. So he also came around and scored the 4th run of the inning. So Imamiya coming to bat here. He's raised his season average to 259. As he's got 8 homers and 38 runs driven in now, as Matsumoto throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner. As we said, we'll keep our eyes peeled and possibly bring you we'll take a look, maybe go outside of the Pacific League tomorrow night for a ball game. We'll make that decision as it comes along. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Imamiya. Right-hander against the right-hander. Matsumoto checks his sign, and he works to the set position. And now he fires back over to first base, and again diving back in time is Nakamura. Nakamura, no stolen bases on the year, but yet lots of concern here for the right-hander Matsumoto. So 1 ball and no strikes it is to Imamiya. One thing maybe in this situation, obviously with a 1-0 count, maybe they're thinking hit and run. See if they put him in motion for Imamiya. The pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Right-hander Matsumoto getting that sign from Suge, working to the set position. Checks the runner over at first, and now he's ready to go back to work. Here's the 1-1. Fastball, it's chopped slowly down the third base line, and they're going to let it go foul, and it's just going to have enough English to roll past the bag at third. Nice job there by Sato. He came in. It looked like he was going to play it, and that ball had a lot of spin to it. He backed off on the ball, and he was able to just let it roll past the bag at third base. That was a little too close for comfort. The shortstop, Genda, raced over in behind in the event that maybe it hit the base, that he needed to be there to cover. But yes, indeed, that ball ended up getting just foul down the third base line, or being just foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is here to Imamiya. Runner at first, Nakamura, with 1 gone in the 3rd inning. Right-hander against the right-hander as the right-hander Matsumoto works to the set. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. It's pop foul behind home plate. Runs the count now to 1-2. And the other thing is as we said, he's at 65 pitches as Matsumoto. Just how hard he has to work. He really has to really battle to throw strikes. It's a battle against the hitters, but a battle against himself. 1-2 here to Imamiya. Runner, and as we said, Nakamura at first base with 1 gone. He checks the runner at first, and now he works into the set position. Here's the 1-2. Kicks and fires. Breaking ball that misses up and in, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Imamiya. And this is not the way that you want to start your week. You have the off day yesterday. And you've got to get into a span of a number of games. As we said, next Monday, it looks like a full slate of games in the NPB. In fact, the next couple of Mondays, as they're going to be making up some of the rainouts from earlier in the year to try to get this season completed. And there will be some games in the early part of October that have been added into the schedule as well, as they throw over to first base. And diving back in time is the base runner Nakamura. So we'll look to add games every single night of the week this week, and including on the weekend as well. Here's the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander works to the set and now fires. A fastball swung on. This ball is lined into deep left field. Moving back onto the warning track and making the catch is Peyton. And having to retreat back to first base is Nakamura. Imamiya hit that ball right on the screws, but right to the left fielder Peyton for the second out of the inning. 2 gone here, and that's going to leave it up to the right fielder, Tetsuro Yanagamachi. And for Yanagamachi tonight, he is 1 for 1. He drove in the third run of the ball game. He knocked in Akira Nakamura back in the first inning, so 1 for 1 in RBI tonight. He's raised his season average up to 269. He's got no homers and 29 runs driven in. Batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Matsumoto, who works to the set and now delivers. It's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is quickly 1-0 to Yanagamachi. 2 gone here in the top half of the third inning. As we mentioned before, it is going to be a battle for both of these pitchers tonight here to be able to get ahead in the counts and to be able to throw strikes. It's a 4-1 lead here for the Hawks in the third. The pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we said before, there's also a lot of full slate around the NPB tonight. Scoring in every game now, with the exception of the Bay Star Dragon game, which is still scoreless. There's a fastball that swung on. It's lifted foul down the left field line, and the count goes to 1-2. Swallows have now taken a 2-1 lead against the Carp in the bottom of the third inning. As we mentioned, Bay Stars and Dragons are locked at zeros. 1-0, the Tigers have the lead over the Giants. That's in the bottom of the fourth inning. 3-0 now for the Buffaloes over the Fighters, and 1-1 between the Eagles and the Marines. There's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. Buffaloes are not that far away from having clinched the Pacific League title. Their magic number last time I peeked in was, I believe, less than 10. I think it was 9. And that magic number would be the combination of their wins and Marine losses. There's a fastball swung on. It's driven into deep right center field. Racing back and making the catch over the shoulder is Nishikawa. And that is going to retire Yanagamachi for the third out of the inning. He sent it for a ride, but right to the glove of the center fielder. No runs in the inning. There was the hit by Nakamura. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are now moving to the bottom of the third inning. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with all the action in just a few minutes. We appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. It is Hawks versus Lions from Seibu. We'll be right back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. We got Louis Boyko in the house tonight. He says, good morning, and it looks like a good start to the game. Thanks for all the updates from Japan, and hope you had a wonderful time. Yeah, well, you know what? It's we still got a lot of work to do because we've got a lot of video footage. Now, the hard part is putting some of that stuff together to give you guys some video stories, and so hopefully you guys will be able to do it. I've got a couple of really cool pieces I'm working on. One is of course, the Japanese Hall of Fame. And then the second one is I'm working on a piece of the gloves of the NPB players as the first pitch delivered from Carter Stewart to Manaya Nishikawa as a fastball missing up and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Nishikawa hitting .230 on the year with a homer and a couple of RBIs. As the right-hander Stewart kicks and fires, there's a fastball that misses outside and the count is 2-0. More than likely probably going to be on the airwaves every single night this week just because I'm having a hard time getting my days turned back around. And so we might as well be able to do some of that stuff as well. We opened up some baseball cards as we had there. We added some sights and sounds to the openings as the fastball is taken for a called strike. And the count is now 2-1. But the other piece is, as we said, we're going to try to also talk about how to get tickets and where to get your tickets. As a breaking ball is taken for a called strike, counts now 2-2. If you decide to go over to the Land of the Rising Sun. And what's also pretty incredible is just the cost of stuff is right now it is friendly for those from North America. As that fastball is swung on, it is lifted into shallow right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Nishikawa is aboard with a single here. And that is going to bring up the top of the order in Sosuke Genda. And that's the other part, learning the enunciation of some of the names. Sosuke Genda is how they refer to Genda in there. We always used to say Suzuki Genda, pronouncing the U, but it's actually, they like to say Sosuke Genda. The U becomes silent in the enunciation of his given name. Well, for Genda, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up. Nishikawa has a couple of stolen bases on the year. As the first pitch from Stewart is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Interesting here to see how Stewart controls the running game. He is rather awkward as he is a big fella. I don't know if he necessarily delivers quick to the plate or not. So is Nishikawa going to go? There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now is even at 1-1. That last pitch was 95 miles an hour from Stewart. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is as the right-hander ready to go again. He works set to the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Good, healthy lead over there at first base for Nishikawa. He's got 1 foot on the turf and 1 on the dirt. As the right-hander Stewart delivers a fastball that just misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is. As we said, full slate of action around the NPB and also next Monday as well. We're actually looking forward to that. Hopefully we can get ourselves into some Monday night action or Monday action as that fastball catches the outside corner for called strike. The count now is 3-2 to Genda. A couple other things too is that I was able to pick up when I was over there, things that you can't get here. Picked up some baseball magazines. I got a really cool one where it gives you pretty much scouting reports and spray charts on every single player. There's a fastball swung on it is grounded foul just past the bag at first base. Count 3-2 to Genda. And the part I really like about that is that sometimes it's even hard on the internet to get English stuff. If you guys are, I'm not sure where you're at in the world, but certainly the North American folks, unless you've got a VPN, there's an app that a lot of the Japanese folks use. It's called Sports Navi. And Sports Navi is, I can't download it on my system because it's not offered here in Canada. As there's the fastball swung on it, is grounded over to third. It is stopped by Inoue. He fires to first. He's going to retire Genda. He had to knock that one down. That's going to go down as a ground out 5-3. Advancing over to second is Nishikawa. That ball was absolutely scorched by Genda as he was able to knock that down. Louis says, buying ticket video sounds good. He says, we had a heck of a time on the Marines website last time that they were out. And that's the biggest thing. I never used any of the websites once. The only stadium that I was not able to get tickets for was at the Cochin. And that was when the Bay Stars were in town. And only 2 games that week were when the Bay Stars were playing the Tigers. Unfortunately, I went right to the stadium and they were sold out for that night and the next night, which is not to be unexpected because Bauer went on the Wednesday. And on the Tuesday, the day that I went, the game was already in the books as a sellout. There's a breaking ball that misses, and the count is 1-0. Got to 9 games in the 17 days I was in Japan, and 6 different stadiums, which was kind of cool, including the neutral site games between the Carp and the Giants in Osaka. So here comes the 1-0 pitch as Stewart delivers. It's a breaking ball, drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. The other piece is when you're trying to buy tickets online, certainly teams like a lot of teams, they use this, I forget what they call it, like half lettering or something like that. And it's an absolute pain for North Americans. I really want to try to find out what's an easy way to get around that, or if you have to do it, how to do it properly. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. But when you show up to the stadium, usually if it's a 6 o'clock game, usually tickets will go on sale day of the game 3 hours beforehand. So if you get there for 3 in the afternoon, you can generally get tickets day of the game. And you line up and, obviously you don't get always pick of the litter. But one team, of course, is the Buffaloes that when I got the tickets in Kobe for $35 US, sitting 14 rows behind home plate. Actually, that's not true. It's maybe $40 US is what it would convert to. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is driven to deep right field. Moving back onto the warning track is making the catch is Yanagamachi. Tagging at second and heading to third is Nishikawa. That's going to be a fly ball out as Tonosaki is gone for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it up to the right fielder, Takuya Haruma. Well, for Haruma, as he steps to the plate here, he is 0 for 1 in this one. Haruma has popped out to the first baseman. And his only trip to the plate, he bats here with 2 gone. Four runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Hawks, 1-3-0 for the Lions. As the right-hander Stewart kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the left field line, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Haruma. Louis says his wife had sorted out the half-letter stuff. Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool, Louis, if you had any insight from the missus. Because I'm actually I didn't really want to waste my own personal time doing it while I was there. As there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-2. As I said, pretty much every stadium I went to, with the exception of the Cochin, I was able to get tickets day of the game. Not totally true. The Tuesday game in Tokyo between the Swallows and the Giants, I wasn't able to get tickets for that game. But the Wednesday, Thursday games were the first 2 games I attended. I was able to get those as well. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul right at home plate. And the count is 0-2. So, yeah, it was definitely one of those things that I really found very helpful. Getting to the stadium early, being able to get the tickets. And, of course, pretty much every stadium opens up 2 hours before game time. So a 6 o'clock first pitch, it's 4 o'clock that they'll open up. And the crowd, it'll be half full. They'll go and watch the infield, outfield, and it's kind of like old school Major League Baseball. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. Counts 1-2 to Haruma. This game here will be a battle of pitch efficiency, as we said at the outset, and as right now, Stewart is winning that battle against his counterpart, Matsumoto. Here's the pitch. It's a split finger pitch and misses down. A nice block there by Kai as he chases it up the third base line. It's going to run the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Louis says he was there opening week, and he says it was quite busy. Yeah, it's busy at the best of times. Maybe not on a Tuesday game in Saitama. Should have asked you, Louis, which games you attended when you were in Japan. You said you saw the Marines play. Was that their home game at Chiba, or did you get to another location to see them? Here comes the 2-2 pitch as Stewart leans in, gets the sign from Kai. And he works into the set position, but now Takuya Kai has stood up to call time. This is the part that I always find funny. Takuya Kai asks for time, and he gets up and then dusts off the plate. I don't think you're going to see that in Major League Baseball, but certainly doing the job of the home plate umpire. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as we're ready to put this one back into play. As we mentioned, it is a sparse crowd tonight in Saitama for this one. I forget what the capacity at this venue is. It's slightly over 30,000, but there's going to be a lot of empty seats here tonight. So there's a split finger pitch that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 3-2 on Hiruma. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander Stewart ready to go back at it again as the left-handed hitting Hiruma waiting here on the offering. Here comes the 3-2. It's a breaking ball swung on it, is chopped softly over to the right side. Fielded by Mamori. He's going to field it with the glove and underhand flip it to first. What a nice play there by the second baseman. That goes in the books as a ground out 4-3 to end the inning. And that will do it here for the Lions in their half of the third. There was no runs in the inning. They strand the leadoff hit by Nishikawa. As there was a hit, no errors, and 1 left aboard. We're now through 3 complete. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 1. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for being here. Hang tight, everybody. We'll stick around with us, and we'll be right back after this and chat with the chat. As our friend Louis in the house. We'll be right back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the 4th inning, and that'll be Inoue, Kai, and Shudo to come to bat here to face the right-hander Wataru Matsumoto. Our friend Louis was saying that the Marines, he saw them versus Tohoku on April the 8th. Ironically, there were 3 teams I wasn't able to see. Seeing the 9 games, I actually made a gaffe. I should have saw 11 of the 12 NPB teams, and I missed out on the Chiba Fukuoka game, as there's a fastball swung on and tapped slowly foul over on the third base side. The count is 0-1 to Inoue. 72 pitches through the first 3 innings for Matsumoto, as he has struggled here in this one. Right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count's now 0-2. My whole piece is I've ended up getting tickets for the Giants and the Swallows twice. That would have been on Wednesday and Thursday, and I should have only got tickets for one of those games. There's a fastball ticket for a called third strike, as Inoue stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched that go by. He's in the books for the first out of the inning. It's the 3rd strikeout of the ball game for Matsumoto, and that is going to bring up the catcher Takuya Kai. Well, as I mentioned before, it was the game that I was able to get to be able to see. was the game between the Swallows and the Giants. And I saw those two games, but I didn't get to Chiba to get to see the Hawks and the Marines. So that was my own personal gaffe. There is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Kai. And then, of course, I saw the Tigers and the Giants. So 3 games at the Tokyo Dome. One of the more interesting pieces of ballpark food that I had, as the 1-0 is on the way, it's a fastball that just misses low, and the count now goes to 2-0. It was chicken curry and a quail egg inside like a pastry with like almost like a peanuts on the top. And it sounds kind of weird, but boy, was it pretty good. You just ate it. It was like a ball in your hand. As there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. That was at the Tokyo Dome. One of the things that is of interest at the Tokyo Dome is they are one of the only venue that I went to that didn't take any credit card. Or sorry, that didn't take any cash. They only took credit card, as there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 3-1. So if you go to Major League Baseball games, the games in Seattle, Detroit that I've been to recently, and by the sound of it, a lot of the stadiums across Major League Baseball are only accepting credit card for food purchases and everything else. And so Seattle is on the books for one of those. And if you want to buy something, even if it's a pop or a cup of coffee, you have to pay with your credit card. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into the netting foul down the left field line. It's going to run the count now to 3-2 on Takuya Kai. Well, that is the similar case at the Tokyo Dome, where it is credit card or bust, so to speak. So you can only pay with your credit card for your food and other types of items. Here's the 3-2. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left field. Moving back onto the warning track. Leaping and making the grab up against the wall is Mark Payton. Oh, we've seen a couple of nice plays here in the last inning and change. And that one goes in the books as a fly out to the left fielder for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up the top of the order in Yukio Shudo. So some defensive help there for Matsumoto. Nice job there by Payton to make the catch, as he ends up using the wall to brace himself after the catch there. Nice job there by the American left fielder. So that brings Shudo to the plate, who is 1 for 2 tonight. He got the party started going in the first inning with a single, and he scored a run. He then popped to the shortstop in the second inning. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Shudo. Shudo has raised his season average up to 204 with that knock in the first inning. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-1. Louis mentioned something very important there. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 2-1, and he said he was really surprised this time how much the card was available to use. When he went 4 years ago, it was pretty much cash outside of big stores and hotels. You're absolutely correct. That was very noticeable as well. I went in 2020 and 2019. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 4-hole into right field, and Shudo's aboard with his second hit of the ball game. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Masaki Momori. It is not just a North American trend. It is a global trend, it would look like, that the credit card is in, or the plastic is being more used or more centered around for what it's worth, for good or bad. I remember when I was there the first time, obviously the IC card for the subways, but also could be used for drinks at the 7-Eleven or out of the vending machines. And I kind of felt that that was almost like the introduction to the credit card. Your IC card will eventually get you to transition you into your credit card. As they throw over to first base and getting back in time is Shudo. But absolutely correct. There is a lot more credit card availability in Japan today than there was 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm sure if we go back in 4 or 5 years, that will make another change again. So Shudo, the runner at first here with 2 gone. Keep your eye on him. This would be an opportune time to try to run. That is for certain. As Momori here batting with 2 gone in their half of the 4th inning. And again, they throw over to first, and again, diving back in time as the base runner. But yeah, that was the one thing. It was there's no stuff, no, not available. But here's something else that I found fascinating at the Tokyo Dome and also at some of the other stadiums. You can actually, at the Tokyo Dome, leave the stadium and go for a walkabout outside the stadium and then have a re-entry. There's a fastball that misses up and away. And so, for example, at the Tokyo Dome, what I found frustrating, the food lines, sometimes you could go to the food line and you could be waiting there an inning or inning and a half or 2 innings. That's one thing that I don't think that the Giants have done a good job with, is that the fans, when they're coming down to get their food, it just takes forever to service the people. So if you're not there before the game to get your food, you got to go down in between innings. It is a long, arduous process. As that fastball misses outside and the count is now 2-0. You know, if you want a hot dog or if you want to get anything that you want to get, some noodles or whatever, you're having to wait. And the wait is not easy. And even also some of the lines of the bathrooms, I don't think when they originally built that Tokyo Dome, they've thought through the bathroom play as well. So here comes the 2-0 pitch as the right-hander Matsumoto kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on, and this ball is lifted foul behind the first base side of home plate. That is an absolute ball that was turned on by Momori, in so much that it went to the first base side. I don't know if I see that very often. Usually it is to the opposite field side. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Momori. As the right-hander Matsumoto leans in, he gets his sign from his catcher, and now he works to the set. As they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner, and it keeps the count at 2-1 to Momori. Louis says a lot of people at the Zozo took food in. It's amazed me that you go into a stadium in the UK and you get patted down and can't even take in a bottle. Well, that's the one thing you can't take in, is you can't take in a bottle with you unless it is empty into the stadium. But if you get into the stadium and you have yourself an empty bottle or empty mug or whatever it is, they'll let you take that in. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count now goes to 2-2. It's the same thing like in the United States and in Canada, that you can't go in without taking something in with you, let alone the food. And realistically speaking, they every time I went in, they would check into my bag. They would take a look, and the things they're looking for. Or do you have any weapons? Do you have any fireworks? Do you have any of that stuff? And I just kind of chuckle a little bit about it because, of course, I'm not bringing any of that stuff in. And even if I was, I probably wouldn't have told them anyway. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is looped over the head of the second baseman, Tonosaki, fielded by the center fielder. They throw to third, and it's not going to be in time to get Shudo, as he's going to slide in there safely. So that's going to be a single here for Momori. Shudo goes first to third on the knock, and that's got a 2-out rally going here for the Lions, as for the Hawks, as they've got runners on the corners with 2 gone. And it's going to bring up Yuki Yanagita to the plate. And just as Louis points out, you could bring food into the stadium. That was the other part, too. I saw that in Hiroshima, where people would have full-on dinners with them that they would pack into their bags to bring into the stadium. That's something, obviously, in North America they've tried to take away because they want you to spend their money on the overinflated food. I will say this about the games in Japan, is that the food was very reasonably priced. You're not exactly getting gouged like you are in North America. And I say that full on being gouged. You're looking at $9 US for a beer at Comerica Park in Detroit, and something very similar in Seattle, at least the 2 venues I've attended most over the last couple of seasons. Whereas in Japan, you're looking at about $6 US for a beer. And yeah, I don't know if that's reasonable, but I don't have a problem in paying that in a venue where I'm out at. It's certainly $9. I'm starting to just scratch my head a little bit, especially when you're in the United States drinking some of their beer. So that puts runners at the corners with Yanagita to the plate. He's 0 for 2 in this one. He's popped to the shortstop, and he's grounded to second. Batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Matsumoto. Matsumoto at pitch number 91 coming up here. As the right-hander delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on. It's lifted foul into the seats down the third base line. Count is 0-1. Have to start to wonder if Matsumoto's got another inning left in him. And one would have to think they're going to try to bleed one more out of him. As we said, very similar to how he pitched last week in Kobe when we saw him go against the Buffaloes. Really, really, really struggled. I think last week, if I remember correctly, he went 5. I don't know if he got to the 6th. I'd have to go back and take a look. Here's the 0-1. Fastball swung on and tapped foul. The count now goes to 0-2. And you could just see some nights when there are certain pitchers that take to the hill, just the amount of battling that they have to do. So no balls and 2 strikes to Yanagita. Batting here with 2 gone. Runners at the corners in the 4th inning. Here comes the offering, but instead they fire over to first, and diving back in time is Momori. We'll get you updated on the out-of-town scoreboard, as there is action all around the NPB tonight. 2-1 in the bottom of the 4th for the Swallows over the Carp. 0-0 Bay Stars and Dragons. 1-0 Tigers over Giants. That's in the bottom of the 6th. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed. And Yanagita goes down on strikes. He is gone for out number 3 here in the inning. Well, there was no runs in the inning. There were a couple of hits. There was no errors and 2 runners left aboard. We're now moving to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Your score is 4-1 for the Hawks over the Lions. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for listening in here with us tonight. We got all the action when we return right after this from our friend Steve. Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the ball game.
Oh, hello. Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Appreciate you, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the heart of the batting order coming up. It'll be David McKinnon, Takiya Nakamura, and Ryusi Sato to face the right-hander Carter Stewart, who delivers a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Friend, the Living Room Sports in the house here saying Steve Rademacher is the MVP. Yeah, well, it might be the MVP of us if our scores can hold out for you tonight. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into straightaway center field. Moving over to his right is Shuto, and he makes the catch. And McKinnon is retired for the first out of the innings, so 1 up and 1 away. That's going to bring up the DH, Takiya Nakamura. Well, for Nakamura, he is 1 for 1 tonight. He jumped on the first pitch he saw from Stewart his last at-bat and lined a single into right field. So 1 for 1 on the evening for Nakamura. Right-hander Stewart ready to go to battle here as he gets his sign from Kai, and he rocks into the windup and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is quickly a 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Takia Nakamura, then Ryusi Sato to follow here with one gone, as there's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. I have to say, Stewart, as much as I like the way that he projects, his fastball is a major league fastball. There's no doubt about it. But I'm not sure that I like his breaking stuff at this point. There's a fastball swung on, and it is lifted foul behind home plate, and the count goes to 2-1. If I had to give you a comparable, I'd have to say that in some ways, he reminds me of a higher-end Jacob Turner, who was a Miami Marlin pitcher, originally a Tiger draft pick. My second thought on him is that he looks like he could be a Matt Manning, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-2 on Nakamura. Matt Manning, of course, currently with the Detroit Tigers, a big fella. He's about 6'6" or 6'7". And Carter Stewart is in that neck of the woods, too. Stands about at 6'5". Here's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes full to Nakamura. One thing I'd like to keep track of next time I do a Stewart game is the amount of breaking balls that he throws for strikes. There's just too many breaking balls. It doesn't look like he can command of his pitch. There is a fastball that comes inside, and they say that ball is fouled off of the bat of Nakamura. We're going to get a look at that one again, but if that was fouled off the bat, was it caught? Oh, no, it wasn't. Foul tipped away over on the first base side. Count remains at 3-2. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul behind home plate, and the count remains at 3-2 strikes. It was 50 pitches through 3 innings for Stewart. As we said, way more economical than his counterpart. And if he can pass it over to the bullpen of the Hawks, the needle shifts strongly in the direction of the Hawks to close this one out. Here comes the 3-2. Pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on. This lined into right field, and it's going to get down for a base hit. It's the second hit of the ball game for Nakamura. He's aboard with a 1-out single, and that's going to bring up Ryusi Sato. And for Sato tonight, he is 0 for 1. He grounded out to second base his first time up, as he will bat here with one gone in the fourth and the runner at first. So Nakamura, the runner at first, one gone. Sato steps to the plate. Keep our eyes on Matsumoto. Our friend Living Room Sports says you're either pitching for the Lions or you're washed up. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Well, realistically speaking, as far as I'm concerned, Imai and Kona Takahashi, the only two arms worth talking about for the Lions this season. I'd have to go back and take a look. Those are off the top of my head. And I'm not talking about the bullpen arms. I'm talking about the starters. I guess Tyra is the other one. There's 3. So there's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 1-1. Living Room Sports says, did I say Lions? I meant Tigers. Well, the Tigers pitching is probably the highlight of their ball club. As by the time the season ends, they're going to end with about 75 or 76 wins. They could be on the other side of that ledger next year, winning 83 or 4 games if they make the right moves. Breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. They have to make the right couple of moves, and they can flip themselves into a 500 team, but just not a playoff team yet. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball swung on and hammered foul just past the bag at third base, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Sato. 2 strikes it is. Right-handed hitting. Sato waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Stewart. Looks like Matsumoto is going to come out for another inning. And there's a pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul down the right field line. It's going to reach the seats. Keeps the count at 2-2. And I guess why not for Matsumoto as he gets up to throw in front of the dugout. You got to try to take the strain off the bullpen as much as you possibly can. As I said, there's nothing worse that you get the day off on the Monday, you come into the first game of the week, and your starter can't get out of the fourth inning. And then it just puts the strain on the bullpen because now you're going to have to burn up some arms during the week. And you got 5 games left, and especially where they're not going to get a day off. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is hammered into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Stopping at second is Nakamura. The big fella just doesn't run well enough to go first to third. Sato's got himself a single. The Lions have something brewing here in the last half of the fourth inning with runners at first and second, and Mark Payton coming to the stick. That was a breaking ball that was left up in the zone. A nice piece of hitting there by Sato, who collects his first hit of the night. Stayed on top of the ball and pulled it into left field. So Sato has got himself a single back-to-back hits here for the Lions. And that is going to bring up Mark Payton to the plate. Payton has driven in the only run tonight for the Lions. He had a sacrifice fly in the second inning. It was his 21st run batted in of the year. So the Lions looking to get back into this one. As Carter Stewart finds himself in a bit of a trouble here in the bottom of the fourth. And the pitch is a breaking ball that just misses up and in, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Our living room sports wants to know the pitch count. Only 67 pitches so far for Stewart. Matsumoto is north of 90. I just didn't quite get the final tally in that last half inning. There's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in. A good stop there by Kai. Runs the count to 2-0. We're in the bottom third of the batting order for the Lions. Senasuge waits his turn on deck. Payton will be a tough player to double up. He does run fairly well. You would have to hit something hard, and they'd have to be quick in the turn to be able to do it. 2 balls and no strikes as Stewart works to the set position. And now the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses up and away. It goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. As the Fukuoka right-hander struggling a little bit here in his fourth inning of work. Our friend Living Room Sports said, why is the Oryx manager so cocky? There's a fastball that misses upstairs. It's going to be ball 4. And Payton is aboard with a walk. That's going to load the bases as Nakamura advances to third. Sato heads over to second. That's going to bring Senasuge to the plate. It's going to bring the interpreter, the pitching coach, and everybody from the infield to the mound to have a word with the right-hander Carter Stewart. That was the 70th pitch delivered by Stewart here tonight. His first free pass allowed. He has given up 5 hits in his 3 1/3 innings of work thus far. That's one thing that I do notice in the Japanese league is they use the second base umpire to come in to help break up the conference. The home plate umpire pretty much stations himself right at the plate. I understand why they do it. It just reduces the confrontations, especially if the home plate umpire is not been having I would say a good game, or at least not having a game that's good in the eyes of the pitcher or the pitching coach. Takes them out of the equation for confrontation. Well, that brings up the right-handed hitting Suge. He is 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to the right fielder his first time up. And the first pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball that misses down and away for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander Stewart getting his sign from Kai. As he's ready to go back to work, he works to the set position, and now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. That last pitch was at 94 miles an hour. So 1 ball and 1 strike now to Suge. The crowd in Saitama are hopping up and down. They're cheering their Lions on. Here comes the 1-1 as Stewart kicks and fires. Fastball taken on the outside corner for a called strike, and now the count goes to 1-2. Nice pitch there by the American right-hander. Able to paint the outside corner. I think you got a little bit of a favorable call there. The height was perfect, but the Takuya Kai setup, I thought he was a little bit on the outside portion. May have got himself a favorable call from the umpire. I'm sure Suge will have a couple of words after that. There's a fastball that misses up and into Suge, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Manaya Nishikawa waits his turn on deck here as the Lions have the bases loaded with 1 gone in their half of the 4th inning. Here's the 2-2. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Oh, that's a big strikeout there by Stewart. He puts Suge in the books for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it up to the center fielder, Nishikawa. For Nishikawa tonight, he is 1 for 1. He singled in the last inning when he had his first at bat. He has 1 base hit here in this one tonight. Bases full of Lions. They need a clutch hit here to get back into this one. 4-1, the Hawks have the lead. Right-hander Stewart leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Takuya Kai. He works set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded past the diving first baseman into right field. That's going to get 1 run in. Here's the throw to the plate. It's not going to be in time, and it's going to be a single and 2 RBIs for Nishikawa as Nakamura and Sato have come around to score. And your score is now 4-3 here for the Hawks in the 4th inning. So good piece of hitting there by Nishikawa. He picks himself up a couple RBIs. Past the diving Nakamura at first. A nice effort there by the first baseman. Just got past and underneath the glove. Stopping at second base on that single is Mark Payton. I'll bring up the top of the order in Sosuke Genda. As Genda will stride to the plate here. Now with the Lions down 4-3. Our friend Louis said, never thought about that, but it makes so much sense. So I must have missed it because I went away from our chat for just a moment. Here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Genda. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander Stewart working to the belt again. He checks the runner over at second. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count runs even at 1-1. Oh, Louis says the second base umpire breaking up stuff. Yeah, it's done in Europe. When I had coached in Germany, they used to do that. The second base umpire would come in, and the first time I'd ever seen it, I was on a trip to the mound as there's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 1-2. And I think we were playing Neuenberg in an exhibition game in the preseason, and I'm on the mound, and I want to talk to the home plate umpire when he comes out to break up the conference, and it's the second baseman, and I'm like, I don't want to, our second base ump, but I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the guy behind the plate. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on, and it's lifted foul down the left field line, and the count is now 1-2 to Genda. I was not very happy with the home plate umpire and his balls and strikes, and that's usually an opportunity you can have a few words with the plate umpire without having to yell at him from the dugout. Here comes the 1-2 as the right-hander gets his sign from Kai, but now Genda feels he's taken too long and has asked for time. So this has been a tough inning for Stewart. Stewart had 50 pitches through the first 3. He's already delivered 30 pitches here in the 4th inning. So keep your eye on the bullpen. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted down the left field line, giving chase and watching it drift into the bullpen is the left fielder Kondo, and that's going to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So we've got ourselves a ball game here as the scoreline is 4-3. Other scores around the NPB, the Swallows 2-1 over the Carp. That's in the bottom of the fifth. 2-0 now for the Dragons over the Bay Stars. That's in the top of the sixth inning. As our friend Living Room Sports was listening in, I've told you, Dragons tonight. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded into right field. It's a base hit. Rounding third and heading home is Peyton. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's going to be not in time as it's up the third baseline. Genda is going to get himself an RBI single. He's going to advance to second on the throw. Going from first to third is Nishikawa. And the Lions have come all the way back to tie the ball game here as Genda's got himself a knock and an RBI. Mark Payton comes in to score the third run of the inning, and we are all locked up at fours. So the high potent scoring game of the night is in Saitama. Who would have thunk it? So 4-4 ball game now, as that is going to bring Shuta Tonosaki to the plate. And what crowd or what fans are in attendance in Saitama, they are bouncing up and down. Runners at second and third with 2 out. And the right-hander Stewart kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that's hammered into the netting foul down the left field line, and the count is 0-1. Tonosaki 0 for 2 tonight. He's flown to right field, and he lined out to the third baseman back in the first inning. He has put a charge into a couple pitches, but they have found their way to gloves. So here's the 0-1 offering, and Tonosaki squares the bunt. He pulls back, and they appeal down to the first base umpire, but they say he didn't go. It runs the count to 1-1 on Tonosaki. Looked like he was wanting to push it down the first base line. Runners at second and third, 2 gone here in the last half of the fourth inning. Ball game is all locked up at fours between the Hawks and the Lions. As the right-hander Stewart works to the set position. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Tonosaki. Looks like we're going to have ourselves lots of action here this morning. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Thank you for those who have been with us, and thank you for those who are joining us throughout the morning for this one. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner at second is Genda. Runner at third, Nishikawa. The score is now all locked up at fours here in the fourth inning. It's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Tonosaki. I have to say, the one thing about Stewart, he's very over the top with his breaking ball. I'd like to get an overlay of his fastballs and his breaking balls to see if his arm slot is similar. It looks like he's a little bit higher over the top on the breaking ball, more 12-6 variety. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander works to the set. Now he kicks and delivers a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. That runs the count to 3-2. And one would have to think that this might be the last inning for the American right-hander, no matter what, as he is approaching the 90 pitch count. He's at 87 pitches, 37 in the fourth inning alone. Dinger says, glad to have you back. Well, we're glad to have you here, Dinger. Thanks for popping in tonight. We'll be back in for the next few nights as well. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball that misses down. They appeal over to the first base umpire, and they say that Tonosaki didn't go. He's going to walk to load the bases, and that's going to bring up Takuya Haruma to the plate. And that's going to bring the manager, Fujimoto, out of the Hawks dugout. He has seen enough. And that is going to be a pitching change here as the night is going to be over for Carter Stewart Jr. Well, they've got the bases loaded. They've already got 3 runs on the board to the Lions. It'll be the 9th hitter coming to the plate in the inning in Haruma. But they are going to a bullpen, and we are going to get that change for you in just a couple moments. Hang tight, everybody. We'll get you the pitching change as Carter Stewart's night is over. We'll be right back after this.
Thank you, Freddie. And hey, guys, let's open up a 5-card pack of 2023 Topps Baseball. And remember, during this timeout, you can also go visit some other channels. Oh, look, Jeter Downs. Bleh. Diamond Princess, she's great. Oh, there's a cubby. Screw that. Hey, go check out the one and only Bud Stoney. Oh, here's one for another Hollis build. And you can stay anywhere you want to when you're around Freddie and the Seattle area. That's good for Mr. and Fuego. And you know what? Why don't we bring out one of the Oakland A's for a league of her own? Bingo! Thank you, Freddie. Pitchers look like they're ready. Let's play ball!
Appreciate you there, Steve. It is a pitching change as they are going to be bringing in the left-hander Kayama to face the right fielder Takuya Haruma. So we'll get you all the specs on him in just a moment, as this game has now been locked up at 4s. Lots of scoring around the NPB, and we'll get you all caught up to that in just a few. But Carter Stewart's day is done as the lefty is coming into the ball game here for the Hawks. So Kayama on in relief to try to stop the bleeding in this one. So Shinya Kayama, situational lefty, he is making his 17th appearance of the year. He's got no record. Innings pitched wise, he has 8 2/3 innings. He's allowed 14 hits. He has walked 6 and struck out 7. And he's got an ERA of 7.27. So that is who is in here to come on in relief, Shinya Kayama. And one would expect he is in to face one batter and maybe 2 at the most. That is what we have here. So Shinya Kayama on in relief. It's a brand new ball game as we're locked up at 4s. And for Haruma tonight, he is 0 for 2. He has popped to the first baseman and grounded to second. So he comes to bat here. His average has dropped to 261 on the year. He's got a couple of homers and 19 runs batted in. Our friend Living Room says Steve is a gem. Steve is a beauty, that is for sure. He's always got some different stuff that we can pop out. He's a little bit on the slow side. His mom's not doing too well, unfortunately. She's having her struggles. There's a first pitch fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-0. So take a moment and tip your hat to Mrs. Rademacher, as she has been struggling here this last little bit. So 1 ball and no strikes as Haruma bats here with the bases loaded and 2 gone in the 4th inning. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls and no strikes to Haruma. As we said, we are going to be doing pretty much a game every single night this week. As we said, we're a little bit struggling with getting our days twisted around, so we might as well enjoy the time up while we have it and give you the action while we're here. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. Moving back on it is Yana Gamachi, and he makes the catch over the shoulder on the warning track. Oh, Haruma, he sent that one a long way, just not long enough. And that is going to do it here for the Lions in their half of the inning. Well, for the Lions in their half of the inning, they had 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 4 hits. There was no errors, and there were 3 runners left aboard. We are now through 4 complete innings in Saitama. Your score is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 5th inning in just a few. Glad you're with us, whether you listen live or on delay. It is Last Raps Baseball's live commentary at the NPB when we return right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Well, we were thinking it was the kiss of death for Wataru Matsumoto. We were wishing, or not wishing, but writing him off for death. And it is he who is still in the ball game, and Carter Stewart, who is not, as he was knocked out of the game in the last half inning, as he had thrown almost 40 pitches in the inning, couldn't get out of the jam, and surrendered the lead. It is now a 4-4 ball game between the Lions and the Hawks as we move here to the top of the fifth inning. It's going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat for the Hawks. That means Kensuke Kondo, Akira Nakamura, and Kenta Imamiya, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, face the right-hander Matsumoto, who delivers a breaking ball in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. 94 pitches now for the right-hander, as he is on in to start his fifth inning of work. He has been absolutely Houdini tonight because he is not sharp. There's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. The count now is 0-2. I am going to do a count of balls to strikes for him here at some point, as I'll reflect back on what he has done or what he didn't do. As here comes the 0-2 pitch. It is a fastball swung on, his chop slowly down the line at first base. Keeps the count at 0-2 to Kondo. As I give myself the quick little notes on Matsumoto. And interesting to see where he will fit in with the balls and the strikes. As we said, he was barely 60% the other night in Kobe, as there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now is 1-2 to Kondo. Right-hander gets his sign as he works to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses inside, almost hits Kondo, backs him off the plate. Count now runs even to 2-2. So here comes the offering from the right-hander, who works it to the set. Here comes the pitch, and the fastball is on the way. It's swung on. It is lined into left center field, giving chase is Peyton, and he makes the catch on the run. And that is going to retire Kondo for the first down of the inning. He goes in the books as a fly ball to the left fielder for out number 1, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Akira Nakamura. Well, maybe he's better than we thought he was. I've got him right now, depending upon this next pitch here. He could be at either 64 or 63%. The first pitch on the way. It's a breaking ball. Take it for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Nakamura. 64% strikes. That's pitch number 100 of the ball game for Matsumoto, as he kicks and delivers a breaking ball that misses down for a ball. The count is 1-1. You want to be up around 2/3 strikes. So certainly outside of that first inning, he has been able to do that. There's a fastball missing upstairs. The count now goes to 2-1. I've written him off for death a few times tonight, but he has been able to show otherwise. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Akira Nakamura. Nakamura tonight, 1 for 1. He's got a single, a walk, and he's scored a run. He's been on base twice. Is action to nobody's surprise in the Lions bullpen, as there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count runs full to 3-2. Kenta Imamiya to follow here in the fifth inning. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander ready to work. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into shallow center field. Moving over to his right and making the catch on the run is Nishikawa. He's had himself quite the ball game with the glove and with the bat. That's going to retire Nakamura for the second out of the inning. And that's going to leave it up to the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. Well, for Imamiya, he is 1 for 2 tonight. He has a single. He's driven in a couple of runs. That was back in the first inning, a clutch piece of hitting. And then he lined out to the left fielder in the third. So Imamiya strides to the plate here, 1 for 2 tonight. As the right-hander ready to go again. He kicks and he fires. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Imamiya. Imamiya to be followed by Yanagamachi if he's able to reach base. The shortstop for the Hawks takes a breaking ball down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander ready to go again as the pitcher Matsumoto delivers a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Imamiya. Boy, that pitch there looked like it was well off the outside corner. But Matsumoto getting a favorable call here in his 5th inning of work. So here comes the 1-2 offering as the right-hander nods in agreement with the Suzuki. Pitches and delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses inside. Count now goes even to 2-2. Just as a reminder, we are going to be doing our what we like to call our proverbial Japanese halftime. As we will take the break after the 5th inning, put the music on loop, and come back for all the action. Here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander delivers. Fastball swung on, lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats down the right field line. That's pitch number 110 from Matsumoto. Definitely not pitch efficient. 22 pitches per inning plus is what he has delivered here in this one. Well, the right-hander ready to go again. He gets his sign from his catcher, Suge, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle. Fielded by Genda, moving to his left. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Imamiya. It goes in the books as a groundout, 6-3 for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're now through 4.5. It is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the bottom of the 5th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. Whether you listen live or on delay, we appreciate you guys and your support of the Last Raps Baseball channel. We'll be right back in just a few. It is Hawks and Lions in this one. I'll be right back after this.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
That's right, everybody. After the game, be sure to go out and check out Matt Hollis. That's another Hollis build. He is one of our supporters of the channel, and in turn, we like to support Matt. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action as we're cruising here to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Thanks for stopping in with us tonight, everybody. It is Hawks and Lions. We'll be back in 30. Welcome back, everybody. 111 pitches for the right-hander Matsumoto. Boy, we wrote him off for dead earlier on, but you got to tip your hat to him as he was able to pull it out and able to keep the ball club in the game after that 4-run uprising in the 1st inning by the Hawks. Hiroshi Kaino on in relief. He is going to be taking over here, the 3rd pitcher used by the Hawks in this one. 39th appearance of the year. He's got 2 wins and a loss. He's got a couple of saves. He has 35 2/3 innings. He's allowed 27 hits. He's walked 12 and struck out 34, and he's got an ERA of 2.52 Well, he is going to be facing David McKinnon, Takia Nakamura, and Rusi Sato, which represents the heart of the batting order for the Lions in this one. And the first pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and is grounded through the 6-hole into left field for a base hit. So David McKinnon welcomes in with his second hit of the ball game, as he is aboard here with a leadoff single, and that brings up the designated hitter, Takia Nakamura. So welcome to the ball game, Hiroshi Kaino, says David McKinnon, who hammers it right through the 6-hole. Well, McKinnon aboard at first base. Nakamura coming to the plate. He is 2 for 2 tonight. Has 2 singles. Both of his hits came off the starter, Carter Stewart Jr., as he bats here for the third time this evening. He's pulled his season average up to 271, the big fella. The first pitch is on the way. It is a breaking ball, waved at and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. Nakamura had a base hit to right field his first time up, and then he had himself another knock into right center his last time. So 2 hits for the big fella here in this one, as the right-hander works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers this Kaino. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. As we mentioned, full action around the NPB. This one here, the most scoring of anywhere. Get you all caught up on the out-of-town scoreboard in just a moment, as the breaking ball is waved at and missed. Now count now goes to 1-2 on Nakamura. 2-1 Swallows have the lead in the top of the 7th over the Carp. 2-0 Dragons have the lead bottom of the 7th inning in Yokohama against the Bay Stars. 1-0 lead for the Tigers over the Giants. That's in the top of the 9th inning at the Cochin. The Giants down to their last at-bats. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, grounded. Diving play by the shortstop, Imamiya at second. They throw back to first. Not going to get the double play. But what a play by Imamiya. Diving to his throwing arm side into shallow left field. Stops the ball, gets up, throws from his knees to nail McKinnon at second. And then they almost were able to do it. So Nakamura, the big fella, tipping your hat to him, running hard down the line. But erased on a fielder's choice. 6-4 at second base is McKinnon for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Ariusi Sato. Well, for Sato, he is a 1 for 2 in this one. He's got a single in 2 trips. He's also scored a run. He had that single his last time up in the 4th inning, as he came around and scored the 3rd run of the ball game for the Lions. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses down and away for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Lots of action in this one tonight. Top of the 8th inning, the Buffaloes have a 5-1 lead at Escon Field against the Fighters. And in the bottom of the 6th inning, it's a 3-1 lead for the Eagles over the Marines. That's in the last of the 6th, as we mentioned. There's a breaking ball ticket for a called strike, and the count's now 1-1 to Sato. Friend Louis said, what a play. It was a fantastic play, diving to the backhand side. Kenta Imamiya, veteran with the glove. There's a breaking ball that just misses upstairs. Count now goes to 2-1 on Sato. I think I'm on the umpire on that one. I don't like the way that Sato ducked them there. Buckled his knees and looked like he changed the strike zone. I think that pitch there was a little bit harsh, but that is your home call. 2 balls and 1 strike. So the right-hander kind of ready to go. We've got ourselves a good ball game in Seibu. Breaking ball, waved at and missed, and that's going to run the count to 2-2. Our friend Titus, who was in the house earlier, was saying he was watching this game on TV. Well, at first it didn't look like a game worth watching, but it sure has picked up the pace now. That is for certain. Two balls and 2 strikes. It is here to the right-handed hitting, where you see Sato. As the right-hander Kino ready to go again. He delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow center field. Moving back underneath it and making the catch is Momori. Oh, both he and Imamiya had some communication difficulties. But it is Momori who is able to haul in the catch. That's going to retire Sato for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to the left fielder, Mark Payton. I think those two teammates are going to be talking to one another there. That was almost a calamity in a shallow center field, but Momori able to haul that in for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it up to the left fielder, Mark Payton. Well, for Payton tonight, he officially does not have an at-bat. He has a walk, he scored a run, and he's had a sacrifice fly and driven in a run. So he has been on base once. As he waits here on the offering from the right-hander Kino, who holds set at the chest. Here's the pitch. Fastball that misses down for ball one, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Payton. Hawks and Lions all locked up at 4s here in the bottom of the 5th inning. As we mentioned, we will take a little time out at the end of this half. Go refresh our drink and get ourselves our version of the 5th inning stretch, so to speak. We look forward to having everybody back for the next inning of work. Here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0 on Payton. As we mentioned, the playoffs picture is starting to shape up in the NPB. And certainly that is of the Pacific League with the Oryx Buffaloes at the top of the heap. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that is swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. Count is 2-1. The best record in the NPB after the All-Star break, the Hanshin Tigers have been unbelievable, playing nearly 800 baseball. 775 winning percentage after the All-Star break. They're 31-9 with a tie. Unreal. The next best team is the Oryx Buffaloes. Of course, they are in first place in the Pacific League, 649 winning percentage. As that breaking ball misses down, it's now 3-1 to Payton. Hawks have floundered here since their All-Star break, as have not so much the Lions. Lions have played just over 500 ball, but the Hawks are 18-23, and they have allowed the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles to claw back. The Golden Eagles 20-18 since the All-Star break, and they're knocking on the door for that third and final seed. It's going to be a battle right down to the wire. That breaking ball misses down and away, and that's going to be ball 4. As Payton's going to be aboard for the second time tonight as he draws himself a walk. It's going to advance Takiya Nakamura over to second base. And that'll bring up the catcher, Senasuge. The team with the worst record since the All-Star break is the Chinichi Dragons. They're playing just over 300 baseball, but yet, last time we took a look, they are winning tonight in Yokohama. And the Occult Swallows are the next worst team. They're not doing so well either. And when you look at the overall records, the magic number for the Tigers is 5. Magic number for the Buffaloes is 10. And the magic number is the combination of Buffalo wins and Marine losses. They hold a healthy 12-game lead over the Marines in the Pacific League. Hawks are 13.5 back, and the Eagles 15 back. As here comes the offering that misses, the breaking ball misses inside to Suge for a ball, and the count's 1-0. Approximately 3 weeks worth of games left in the season for a lot of these teams. Hawks are currently 1 game above 500 at 61-60-2. But they have played 2 extra games on the Golden Eagles. There's a fastball swung on it, has popped up into shallow right field. Backing up on it is the second baseman, Momori. He's there and makes the catch. Suge gone for the third time tonight, and they strand a couple of runners, do the Lions. No runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score through 5 innings, it's the Hawks 4 and the Lions 4. Looks like we're going to have a pitching change, but on top of that, it is the extended break after the 5th. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few. Our friend Dinger says his Japan Series pick is looking good. And I think you are absolutely correct. I think you said it's going to be the Battle of Osaka. If that is the case, you are absolutely spot on. We'll be back in just a few, everybody. We appreciate you for being here. Hang tight. We're going to put the music on loop. We'll take a break, refresh our drink, and come on back in just a few. Going to the top of the 6th. We're locked at 4s.
All I want
Welcome back, everybody. We have a pitching change as it is going to be Yoshinobu Mizukami coming in relief for the Lions, as he is going to be facing Yanagamachi, Inoue, and Kai. So pitching change here. Pitcher number 2 to be used by the Lions here tonight, as he is taking over for the starter Wataru Matsumoto. So Yoshinobu Mizukami on his 19th appearance of the year. He's got no wins and 1 loss. And the first pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1 to Yanagamachi. He's worked 12 and 2/3 innings, has the right-hander. He has allowed 9 hits. He's walked 11 and struck out 9. And he has got himself an earned run average of a 142. So the right-hander here, the 25-year-old, kicks and delivers. There is a fastball that misses down, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. We are giving updates on scores from around the NPB. This game here is lagging behind all the other ball games tonight. There's been lots of scoring in this one, but there is a final already in at the Cochin Stadium. The Tigers knocked off the Giants 1-0. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Yanagamachi. Yanagamachi 1 for 2 tonight. He's got the single and an RBI back in the first inning as he drove in the 3rd run of the ball game. He's also flown out to center field. I remember I said back in the first, sometimes a team can score a bunch of runs in the first inning and then they stall after that. That might be what we're looking at here. Fastball misses up and away, and the count's 2-2. Hawks unable to pile onto that lead that they established in the first inning. Both of these clubs right now are at 4-8-0, 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for both the Lions and the Hawks. This is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yanagamachi. Right-hander kicks and delivers as he delivers a breaking ball that swung on and fouled away, and the count is going to remain at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Mizukami on in relief here. That's pitcher number 2 used by the Lions. As I said, I would have never guessed that Matsumoto would have lasted longer than Stewart. But yes, that is what he did. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball, waved at and missed. And that is going to retire Yanagamachi for the first out of the inning. The first strikeout here for Mizukami tonight. That pitch there was a breaking ball that didn't break a whole lot, but it fooled Yanagamachi. He's in the books for out number 1. That's going to bring up Tomoya Inoue. Well, for Inoue, he strides to the plate. He is officially 1 for 2 in this one. He's got a single and RBI, and he has struck out. As he bats here with 1 gone in the top of the 6th, and the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Inoue. So no balls and 1 strike. He bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Mizukami. As Mizukami leans in, and he gets the sign from his catcher as he's ready to go back to work. Here's the offering as he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside. The count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawks fans cheering their team on, but there's not a whole lot of them in the stands tonight, as there are not a whole lot of Lions fans either. As we said, the kids went back to school last week, so a little bit less. There's a fastball swung on it. It's chopped back to the pitcher. Mizukami fields it, throws on the run to McKinnon at first. That's going to go down in the books as a ground out 1-3. So 2 up and 2 away here in the top of the 6th inning, and it's going to leave it all up to the catcher, Takuya Kai. Well, for Kai, he is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and flown to left in his 2 trips to the plate. Batting here from the right side against the right-handed throwing Mizukami. Right-hander working to the set position. And here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is quickly 1 ball and no strikes to Takuya Kai. Right-hander against the right-hander. Waggling the bat is Kai as right-hander leans in and he gets his sign. Here comes the pitch. 1-0 on the way. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and now the count goes to 1-1 on Kai. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander Mizukami leans in. He gets his sign from the catcher, and now he's ready to go to work. Here's the pitch. As he kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul down the right field line. Count now 1-2 on Takuya Kai. We're in for the long haul in this one. As we are in the top half of the 6th inning, it is a 4-4 scoreline between the Lions and the Hawks. Looked like it was going to be a laugher the way the first inning started for the Fukuoka Ball Club. And there's a fastball swung on and missed. Kai goes in the books as the second strikeout victim for the right-hander Mizukami. That is going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Your score is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with a call in just a few. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're just waiting on confirmation to see if Kaino was coming back in for another inning of work or if the pitching parade for the Fukuoka Ball Club is going to continue. As we are just waiting to see what is the situation here with this one. Would not be surprised that Kaino, somebody's going to have to pick up a second inning of work here, I would think. But it is not going to be here. It's going to be Matayoshi, it looks like, coming in relief. Matayoshi making his 23rd appearance of the year. He's got a 1.80 ERA. But he will be taking over here as the next pitcher used by Fukuoka. So Matayoshi on in relief. Looks like we have some changes in the outfield and around the horn. New first baseman, third baseman, and center fielder. Wonder if that's going to be Yukio Shudo moving to third. We'll have to get a look to see who that is around and about. It's going to be Manaya Nishikawa coming to the plate. He is 2 for 2 tonight and a couple of RBIs. He had driven in a pair in the 4th inning with a base hit. He is going to be the first one to face Kitsuki Matayoshi here in the 6th inning. So Matayoshi steps to the plate. He has raised his season average to 254 tonight with his 2 base hits as he waits here on the offering from Nadiyoshi, who rocks into the windup and kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. We mentioned Matayoshi on the season. He is 1-1 He's worked 20 innings, allowing 18 hits. He's walked 5 and struck out 11. He's got that sparkling 1.80 ERA. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes even to 1-1. Nishikawa, Genda, and Tonosaki to face him here in their half of the 6th inning for the Lions. Lions fans have got something to get excited about now as they are come from behind to tie this game back up at 4. As Matayoshi ready to deliver, he rocks into the windup and pitches. There's a fastball swung on and it's lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats down the left field line. The count now goes to 1-2. I was a little disappointed when I did see the Lions play the Fighters, as I got a chance to see Kona Takahashi pitch, and he did not last long in that one. That is for sure. There's been some movement on the out-of-town scoreboard. It is in the top of the 8th inning at the Jinju, and it is still 2-1 for the Swallows over the Carp in that one. As the right-hander rocks and delivers, it is a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. Count remains at 1-2. Dragons are now up 3-0 over the Bay Stars. That is in the top of the 9th inning in Yokohama. The Bay Stars will still have an opportunity to come to bat in the bottom half. The Dragons are winning that one. Our friend, the living room, who was listening here, I got a chance to talk to him earlier tonight, and we told him Dragons are going to win that game. Shota Imanaga was pitching for the Bay Stars. Don't be fooled by that. There is a pitch that is swung on. It is chopped back to the pitcher, fielded by Matayoshi as he has to leap up and get it. He throws to first. That's going to retire Nishikawa for the first time tonight on a ground out, 1-3. So 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up Sosuke Genda. Well, for Genda tonight, he is 1 for 3. He's got a single and an RBI in 3 trips to the plate, as he was able to bring home the 3rd run of the inning and knocking home Mark Payton back in the 4th. Other scores from around the Pacific League, it's now 4-3 for the Marines over the Eagles. That's in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Eagles were up 3-1 at one stage there. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Genda. And the Buffaloes have extended their lead. It is in the top of the 9th inning. They have a commanding 8-1 lead over the Fighters, as they are still batting in the top of the 9th inning. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is popped up in the infield. It is shallow. Moving over to his left is Kenta Imamiya. He's going to make the catch just in front of second base. That is going to retire Genda for the 2nd out of the inning. Genda goes in the books, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Shuta Tonosaki. Well, for Tonosaki, he is 0 for 2 in this one. He's lined to third and flown out to right. He has also drawn a walk, so 0 for 2 in this one. And that is going to bring up Takuya Haruma to the plate. I'm going to check that. It's Shuta Tonosaki. It'll be Haruma who is in the on-deck circle. Tonosaki 0 for 2 with the walk in this one. Waiting on the first offering from Matayoshi, who delivers a breaking ball. It drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Tonosaki had that walk in the 4th inning, but boy, he's hit the ball hard a couple of times tonight. He's lined out to third, and he's hit a deep fly ball to right field. But hard luck for him. As the right-hander delivers, it's a fastball that misses well off the outside corner, and the count now goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Our friend Tudo is in the house tonight. We appreciate you for being here, and thank you for checking in. As our friend CV Baseball Card Collector, we welcome you to the stream this early morning. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses outside. And the count now is 2-1. Our friend CV says burning the oil. It's a pretty easy oil to burn. We haven't sorted out our time clock after our return from the land of the rising sun. So I figure if I'm up, I might as well call the game because I'm wide awake. I have a feeling we're going to be doing one every single night this week. But then I don't have anything to do until 5:30 in the afternoon, so that works out okay. Here comes the pitch. It's a slow breaking ball, swung on and missed. Tonosaki is now evened up the count to him at 2-2. So we are burning oils, but it is pretty good. It is a beautiful day. They are calling for some rain here, but the next 10 days of our forecast is supposed to be nice fall-like weather. Temperatures in the low 70s, upper 60s for daytime highs. Gotta like it with no rain. Here's the 2-2. And it's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 3-2 on Tonosaki. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Probably knock off a few more shorts today, too. If you're looking for highlights, we've got highlights forthcoming. We had Josh Donaldson with his debut for the Brew Crew with a base knock tonight. And Lamont Wade Jr. of the Giants walking off the Guardians. Here's the 3-2 pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. Moving back over underneath it is the right fielder, Yana Gamachi. He's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it. Tonosaki is going to be retired for the 3rd out of the inning. And the Lions go quietly here in their half of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We are now got 6 in the books in Seibu. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 4. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. We appreciate you guys all for being here with us tonight. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top half of the 7th inning. It'll be the top of the order slated to come to bat for the Hawks, and that means Shuto Momori and Yanagita in our books here as we are moving to inning number 7, as this game is all locked up at 4s. This is not going to be over anytime soon, as this game here is going to drag a little bit here. You knew it from the outset when they scored those 4 runs in the first inning, did the Hawks. This game that we were going to be here for a bit, and they do have a pitching change. That is, it is going to be Tamura now coming on in for the Lions, as he is going to be making his appearance. This is going to be Ichiro Tamura on in relief, making his 17th relief appearance of the year. He's got a record of 1-0, 15 2/3 innings, 12 hits allowed. He's walked 6 and struck out 12. He's got an ERA of 1.72. So Ichiro Tamura on in relief here for the Lions. Pitcher number 3 used by Seibu. And the first offering, a breaking ball that misses down and into Shuto, and the count is 1-0. Shuto tonight is 2 for 3. He has scored a run. Both of his hits have been singles. So there's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1. So Shuto 2 for 3 on the evening, as he has got the start in center field yet here again tonight. As the right-hander delivers a breaking ball that catches the inside corner for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Just trying to look at some of the other ones. It looks like they do have a change in center field. As we said, Shuto looks like he's gone to third. He swings at the breaking ball. He grounds it back to the pitcher, fielded by Tamura, who runs toward first and underhands it to the first baseman McKinnon. That's going to go as a ground out 1-3 for the first out of the inning. So 1 in the books, and that is going to bring up the second baseman, Masaki Momori. The other changes is Inoue has moved over to first base. He started the game at third, so Shudo goes from center field to third. Inoue goes from third to first. And the center fielder now in this one, as it looks like Akira Nakamura's day is done, as it is going to be Seiji Ubiyashi, who is the new center fielder. He will be batting in the 5 spot. So that brings up Masaki Momori to the plate. And for Momori, in this one here, he is 2 for 3 as well. He's got a couple of singles in his 3 trips. As Tamura works to the belt and he's ready to deliver. Here comes the pitch. Fastball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So changes are starting to come on both sides of the ledger. For both of the ball clubs. Here comes the 1-1 from Tamura as he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on it, is chopped slowly over to second, fielded neatly by the second baseman Tonosaki, who throws on the run. That's going to retire his opposite number in Momori. It goes down as a ground out 4-3. He's gone for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the DH, Yuki Yanagita. Well, for Yanagita, he is 0 for 3 in this one. He's popped to short. He's grounded to second and struck out. He's seen his average dip to 306. He does have those 20 homers and 75 RBIs. He is in scoring position the moment he steps to the plate. So Tamura ready to go here as he's facing the Hawks designated hitter. It's a breaking ball that swung on and missed. The count is quickly 0-1. Our friend CV Baseball Card Collector says, what are our thoughts on a Trout trade? Well, to be honest with you, I've heard that there's been whispers that Trout has quietly asked for a trade. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is going to get lined into center field. It's going to get down for a 2-out single as Yanagita is aboard, and that's going to bring up Kensuke Kondo. Kondo 0 for 3 in this one here tonight as he'll come to the plate. Just back to our friend CV Baseball Card Collector, I have heard that there have been whispers that Trout has asked to be moved. That being said, I think that the command of value for a trade in return is maybe not the highest, but I would probably do it if I'm the Angels. And the reality of it is I don't know if Trout's ever going to have a healthy season again. Just seems to miss too much time year in and year out. Here's the first offering. 1, the count's 1-0. And if you can't stay healthy, then it's time that you probably got to get packing and be moved along. So 1 ball and no strikes to Kondo as the right-hander Tamura holds set. Now delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. You can get yourself a return for Trout. You save yourself a lot of money, and you're not going to be winning in the next couple of years anyway, based on your pitching staff. And I just don't see the Angels hanging on for not much of nothing. And I don't know what they're going to do with Ohtani, if anything, because where Ohtani fits in now with the UCL surgery potentially looming, a secondary one, as there's a breaking ball that misses down. The count now goes to, check that, 2 balls and 1. It was 3-0, but the third base umpire said he went. As we look at that one there, and probably has a case. Kondo couldn't hold up for ball 3. So 2 balls and 1 strike as the pitch is a fastball swung on it, is lifted into left field. Moving over toward the line is Peyton. He's got plenty of room. Makes the catch, and that is going to do it Kondo gone for the third out of the inning. And that is going to retire the Hawks here in their half of the seventh. No run. There was a hit, no errors, and one runner left aboard. We are now moving to the bottom of the seventh inning. Your score, Hawks 4 and the Lions 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight. Here is our friend Matt. Matt Hollis. Be sure to check him out after the ball game when you guys get yourself a chance.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the bottom half of the seventh inning. We'll get you an update as soon as possible if we do have a pitching change, and it does look like the pitching parade is going to continue for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. It is going to be Matsumoto now coming on in relief, as he is going to be taking over here for the Hawks in their half of the innings. So Matsumoto on in relief, as he looks like he is going to be, by our counts, going to be pitcher number 5 used here tonight. And it's supposed to be Haruma, McKinnon, and Nakamura to come to bat here, as Hiroki Matsumoto takes over in the seventh inning. So Matsumoto ready to go as he kicks and delivers. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses way outside. The count's 1-0. It's the 46th appearance for Matsumoto this year. He's 2-2 on the season. He has worked 39 innings. He's allowed 26 hits. He has walked 15 and struck out 51. He's got an ERA of 3. As there is a bunt attempt by Haruma that he bunts through on as he tried to drag it down the first baseline, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Haruma. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. This is lifted down the left field line. Giving chase is the shortstop Imamiya and the third baseman Shudo, and it's going to be Imamiya who makes the catch. And that's going to retire Haruma for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here in the seventh, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, David McKinnon. Well, for McKinnon, he is 2 for 3 tonight. He's got 2 singles in his 3 trips. He has also scored a run. He got the Lions on the board back in the second inning. He's raised his season average up to 252. Those 12 homers and 41 runs driven in. Here comes the first offering from the righty. It's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. So Matsumoto on in relief here for the Hawks in the seventh inning. Pitcher number 5 used by Fukuoka tonight. Here comes the pitch. It is a changeup that swung on and missed. The count now goes to 1-1 on McKinnon. Actually, that might have been more of a breaking ball as we look to see the return grip on that pitch. And here comes the pitch. It's a fastball. Take it for a called strike. And the count now goes to 1-2 on David McKinnon. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. McKinnon waggling the bat, waiting here on the offering as the right-hander works to the set. And the pitch. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 1-2 to McKinnon. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as the right-hander Matsumoto gets himself a new baseball and he's ready to go back to work. We're here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Lions batting with 1 gone. Nobody on, and we're here with McKinnon to be followed by Nakamura. Here comes the pitch from Matsumoto. It's a fastball. Take it for a called 3rd strike. Oh, McKinnon didn't like the call. He stood there like the house by the side of the road, and he watched it go by for the 2nd out of the inning. He's going to do a 180 and walk back to the dugout. He's gone for out number 2. I have to say, I'm not sure that I like that call either. We're taking a look at the pitch. Takuya Kai was set up outside, and he did hit his spot, did Matsumoto, but that's going to retire McKinnon. He's gone for the 2nd out of the inning, and that's going to bring up Takuya Nakamura. Well, for Nakamura, he is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles in his 3 trips. That's the right-hander ready to go as he works to the set. Now he kicks and fires. There's a fastball that misses outside for ball 1. The count is 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. Nakamura, the big fella, with 2 hits tonight in this one. But both of them were singles. It was a ground ball through the 4-hole his first time up. There's a fastball swung, and this ball is belted to deep left field, giving chase on the warning track. Leaping up and can't come up with it is the left fielder. And that is not, Kondo is unable to come up with it. He fires it back in, and it's going to be a double there for Nakamura, his 3rd hit of the ball game. Absolutely smoked that to left field. Kondo raced back, leapt up into the air, unable to make the grab. That was a split finger pitch that hung up in the zone. Nakamura just couldn't quite get enough of it. Nice effort there by Kondo as he slammed into the wall trying to make the grab. So that is going to put Nakamura aboard with a 2-out double, and that'll bring up the 3rd baseman, Ryushi Sato. Douglas in the house tonight says, who do you think will win? Well, at the outset, before the game started, I said Fukuoka. And then, of course, they had that 4-run lead, and it looked like they were well on their way. Still sticking with the Hawks, but I don't like the feeling in this one, the way that this game has played out. So I guess if I was doing a live bet, I would probably jump on the Lion bandwagon, but I picked the Hawks at the beginning, so I might as well stay with them. Got to go down with the ship at some point. Well, that brings up Ryushi Sato to the plate. Sato 1 for 3 in this one. He's got a single scored run in 3 trips. As the right-hander holds to the set. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on it. Is popped up in the infield to the left side. Kenta Imamiya underneath it. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it. As that is going to retire Sato for the 3rd out of the inning. No runs in the inning. There was the hit. The double by Nakamura. No errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 7 complete in Seibu. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action after this. Your score 4-4 between these 2 ball clubs. Hang tight.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have Lira. We have Yen. We have francs, we have pounds, we have Deutschmarks, we have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. It is going to be the top of the 8th inning, and it's going to be Seiji Ubiashi, Kenta Imamiya, and Tetsuro Yanagamachi slated to come to bat. We're just going to get ourselves a little check here on if the Lions are going to the bullpen again or if they're staying with Tamura. Haven't got an update quite yet, but it does look like there is a move to the bullpen, and Tamura's night will be done. So we will get you that here in just a moment once we get confirmation. It looks like it is Hirai who is coming on in relief, Katsunori Hirai. That's exactly who it is, the right-hander on in relief. He is making his 46th appearance. Got a record of 3-3. He's worked 44 innings. He's allowed 40 hits. He has walked 17 and struck out 24. And he's got a 2.66 ERA. So Katsunori Hirai on in relief is that of the 31-year-old right-hander. So we're just adding it. This is the 4th pitcher used tonight by the Lions. So Ubiashi comes to the plate. He's batting $189. He came in the spot of the batting order occupied by Akira Nakamura. So this is his first at bat of the evening. So Hirai on in relief, ready to face the left-handed hitting Ubiashi. Right-hander against the left-hander. Hirai kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in for ball one, and the count is 1-0. So both of these teams looking to scratch and claw their way into getting another run here. Other games are kicking in as finals. Now a 3-1 final. As that breaking ball misses down and in to Ubiashi, the count is now 2-0. 3-1 final between the Dragons and the Bay Stars. Bay Stars did get a run to break that shutout up. But the Dragons have won 3-1. The Swallows 2-1 lead over the Carp. Top of the 9th inning at the Jinju, looking to close that one out. The other final score in the Pacific League, 8-1 for the Buffaloes now over the Fighters, as there's a breaking ball swung at and fouled away right into the feet of Ubiashi. The other game that was in the Central, we mentioned earlier that was a final, was the 1-0 ball game for the Tigers over the Giants. And the Marines weren't done scoring in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's now 5-3 as they lead over the Eagles. Eagles had a 3-1 lead at one point there in that one. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into just shallow left center field. Moving back on it is the shortstop, Genda, and he makes the catch, and Ubiashi is in the books for the first out of the inning. It's going to bring up the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. Our friend Douglas said live bets are looking fun. Yeah, more than likely, I would think. As I said, I definitely thought, in my opinion, that at the outset, the Hawks would be the ones to win this ball game, and it looked early on like that was going to be the case, where Taro Matsumoto did not look very good on the mound. But he did enough to hang in there. There was a fastball that misses down and away to Kenta Imamiya, and the count is 1-0. Imamiya tonight is 1 for 3. He drove in a couple of runs in the first inning with a single. He also came around and scored himself. There was a breaking ball waved out and missed, and the count now goes to 1-1. So he's involved in 3 of the 4 runs that the Hawks have scored in this one tonight. There's a fastball delivered. It is swung on and fouled away. The count now goes to 1-2 on Imamiya. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. After this one is done, we'll give you the complete roundup around the NPB. before we shut this one down. But as a reminder, it is in all likelihood we will do these same two teams tomorrow night. So hopefully you can tune in for that. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on, his lined into center field for a base hit. Imamiya's got himself a 1-out single. That's his second knock of the night. That is going to bring up Tetsuro Yanagamachi. Got to wonder at some point here if they're going to put somebody in motion. Imamiya's got 4 bags on the year stolen. Is he going to be in motion to be able to take a bag here to get himself into scoring position, especially at the bottom part of the order? I think I would probably look to do that rather than do bunt. I know sometimes they'll bunt. I wouldn't bunt with 8 and 9 coming to bat. Take your chances with Yanagamachi. He's had some nice swings tonight. So here comes the first offering to Yanagamachi. It's a fastball that just misses down for a ball, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Tetsuro Yanagamachi. The other option that we are kicking around tomorrow is to call a Central League game. And we may consider doing that. We'll go back and look at those pitching matchups, as we do see a Daichi Osera going to the hill for the Carp. As they throw over to first base, and diving back in time as the base runner. And as they got to keep their eye on Imamiya. So 1 ball and no strikes. As the right-hander leans in and he gets his sign. Now he's ready to deliver. There's a pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses outside. The count now goes to 2-0 on Yanagamachi. So 2 balls and no strikes. Coming up to bat in the half of the 8th inning for the Lions, it'll be the bottom third of the order. It'll be Peyton, Suge, and Nishikawa. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses outside. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. The bottom part of the batting order has had a couple of hits and a couple of walks for the Lions tonight, so they are going to pose a threat, or they have posed a threat to this point. So 3 balls and no strikes to Yanagamachi. I think I'm putting the bat on the shoulder here. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is. Right-hander Hirai leans in. He gets his sign. As he checks the runner back at first base, plays a little jockeying game with him. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Right-hander leans in, he gets the sign, and he works to the set position. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle for a base hit into center field. And stopping at second is going to be Imamiya. And, the Hawks have got something going here. They got runners at first and second with 1 out. That's going to bring up Tomoya Inoue to the plate. And just like that, the Hawks are flapping their wings here in the 8th inning. And for Inoue, he is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single and he's driven home a run. I'll keep an eyeballs peeled here to see if it is going to be Inoue to come to the plate or if they're going to look to go to their bench. Got to think at some point here they're going to be maybe making a move to go to the bench. And we're taking a look now because that does not look like Inoue. It looks like it is now going to be a pinch hitter for sure. We'll just get the confirmation of this one here as it comes to the plate for Fukuoka. It is going to be a number 37. This looks like it's a Kumi, so it is going to be Kai Akume coming to the plate. The rookie on the season is 3 for 16. He's got no homers, no RBIs. He's batting 188. So let's see what they have in mind here for Kai Akume. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on, popped up over on the third base side. Giving chase is Suge. He's got room and he makes the catch. Oh, yeah, what a play there by Sena Suge. Oh, what a wasted opportunity of an at-bat as Kai Akume is gone on the first pitch he sees. That's going to drive the manager crazy. Nice play there by Suge to catch the pop-up. He's gone for the second out of the inning as he walks slowly back to the dugout and right down the tunnel, probably on his way to the second team. Fastball there, popped it up. That's going to leave it up to the catcher, Takuya Kai. Well, for Takuya Kai tonight, he is 0 for 3. He has struck out twice, and he has flown up to the left fielder. So he comes to bat here, but Kai is known for the clutch and for the dramatics. He can find himself stinking it up through the night, but he gets into a situation where they've got runners aboard, and he can usually come through in the clutch. He's got 10 homers and 39 runs driven in on the year. And the first pitch to Kai is a breaking ball that misses way outside for ball one. The count's 1-0. And the question will be is, do you want to take your chances with Kai or did the top of the order Shudo? And now that Kai is in control here with 1 ball and no strikes, the needle points to Kai here in this at-bat. So here comes the 1-0 offering as Kai waiting here on the delivery from the right-hander Harai. Harai holds set, now delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Kai. Runner at second, Imamiya. Runner at first is Yanagamachi. Imamiya can run a little bit, so a base hit to the outfield is going to present a problem for a play at the plate. As long as the balls aren't hit directly right at the fielders, a little bit side to side should be able to score them. Here's the 2-0. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1 on Kai. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. Kai digs himself back in, ready to go. Harai working to the set. Harai is one of the quicker relievers around. There's a breaking ball that is down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they say Kai didn't go. Oh, Kai might have got the benefit of the doubt on that one. 3 balls and 1 strike to the Fukuoka catcher. This ball game here is more than likely going to be the last one to finish up tonight. All the games now in the Central League have finished. The only other game underway is that game at the Zozo Marine Stadium between the Marines and the Eagles. That's in the top of the 9th with the Eagles batting down 2. So 3 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander checks the runner at second. Now he works to the belt. Here comes the pitch to Kai, and the pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball swung on and hammered foul over on the third base side. That was the pitch I think he wanted. The runners are going to be in motion now. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Takuya Kai. Lions fans are literally praying for their team. So here comes the 3-2 pitch as the right-hander leans in and he gets his sign. Now he works to the set position. Here's the pitch. And it's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. And Kai goes in the books for the 3rd of the inning and the 3rd time tonight via the strikeout And the Hawks squander an opportunity. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. Your score is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit with all the action. It is Hawks and the Lions as we move to the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters slated to come to bat here in the 8th inning, as there is a pitching change on the mound here for new pitcher on the mound here for the Hawks. As Fukuoka is going to their bullpen, it is going to be Fuji coming on in relief. So yet another pitcher in the pitching parade for the Fukuoka Ball Club. So Fuji on in relief, as he is going to be taking over here. Hiroya Fuji, who started the year as a starter, and then they moved him back to the bullpen. He is making his 25th appearance. 5 wins and 3 losses for the right-hander. He has worked 60 innings, 43 hits allowed. He has walked 28 and struck out 69, and he's got an ERA of 2.40. He had himself a great year for Fukuoka last year after being out of the NPB for a couple of seasons, after beginning his career with the Hiroshima Toyo Carp. So Hiroya Fuji on in relief to face Mark Payton, who has walked twice tonight. He swings at the first pitch of the season. Let's set it to deep left center field, giving chase and making an over-the-shoulder catch is Ubiashi. What a play by the center fielder, as he's able to run it down as Payton is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. So Hiroya Fuji on in relief, 1 pitch and 1 away. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Sena Suge. Oh, boy. And that there, as we get the replay, that was a nice catch, but boy, he had to use the top of the glove to be able to haul that down, was Ibuyashi. But he does make the grab on the warning track to retire Payton. He's going to be talking to himself as he gets back into the dugout, or into the ball club's dugout for sure. There's a first pitch that's a fastball that misses down and away to Suge for ball 1. Counts 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander ready to go again. Here comes the offering as he holds and delivers. There is a fastball swung on and missed. Count now goes to 1-1 on Suge. Suge tonight is 0 for 3. He has flown to right, struck out, and popped to second. He has not been on base at all this evening. And here comes the offering as he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hawks have their star closer, Roberto Osuna, up and throwing in their bullpen. There is action in the bullpen. It looks like it's Krisky who is throwing for the Lions. As the right-hander Fuji kicks and delivers, it's a fastball waved at and missed. Suge goes in the books for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it up to the center fielder, Manaya Nishikawa. Well, for Nishikawa tonight, he is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles. He's driven in a couple of runs, and he's grounded it out to the pitcher. So 2 for 3 in this one for Nishikawa. He has pulled his season average up to 250 with his 2 hits tonight. 16 for 64 with the homer and 4 RBIs. Here's the first pitch. It's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Nishikawa. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Right-hander against the left-hander. It is in the favor of the Hawks right now. As there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 1 ball and 1 strike to Nishikawa. Slated to come to bat for the Hawks in their half of the inning. It'll be the top of the order of Shuto Momori and Yanagita. Here comes the pitch. It is a split figure pitch, swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Nishikawa. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander leans in, gets the side from his catcher, and now he works to the set. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted foul down the left field line. Count remains at 1-2 here to the left-handed hitting Nishikawa. Right-hander against the left-hander. Is Fuji ready to go back at it again? Here comes the offering as Nishikawa digs in. And now he kicks and delivers a fastball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As we mentioned before, whether you listen live or on delay, great to have you in here with us. As we will be back on for the airwaves again tomorrow night with these same 2 ball clubs. Here comes the 2-2. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on and missed. Nishikawa goes in the books for the 3rd out of the inning, and that will do it here for the Lions in their half of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're now through 8 complete. In Saitama, your score is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 9th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for bouncing in here with us tonight. It is the Hawks and the Lions locked at 4. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. It is a pitching change here for the Lions as they're going to their bullpen. Brooks Kriske coming on in relief. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Brooks Kriske on in relief as he is going to be taking over here. He's going to be facing the top of the order in Yukio Shuto, Masaki Momori, and Yuki Yanagita. It is Kriske who is making his 8th appearance of the year for the Lions. He had spent time with the Bay Stars in 2022. He has worked 7 innings this year. He has yet to allow a hit. He has walked 3 and struck out 4, and he's got himself an ERA of 0. So he is going to be facing Yukio Shudo, who comes to bat, who is 2 for 4 on the evening. He's got a couple of singles in 2 trips. And the first pitch from Krisky is a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Interesting delivery here from Krisky. Curious to see how this will play out. He had big league time with the Yankees and Orioles organizations. As the right-hander delivers, there's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count goes even at 1-1. Our first live look at him saw him in the bullpen. Saitama about a couple of weeks ago now. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2 on Shudo. I'm not sure what Shudo's doing. He's turning around as if he's been fooled a couple of times. Trying to ease off over there at third base a little bit, as now it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shudo can run. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. Any way to find a way on base here from this top of the order would allow the Hawks to have a bit of a dynamic punch, because they've got some guys who can run. 27 stolen bases by Shudo and 13 by Mamori. As there's a breaking ball that misses down, the count now goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. So if they can get one of them on and bunt them over, then there's a chance to bring them home with the big boys in the middle of the order. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Shudo waits here on the offering from Krisky. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field, just moving back on it, and to his left is the center fielder Nishikawa, and he's got room to make the catch. That's going to retire Yukio Shudo for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the second baseman in Masaki Mamori. It was a split-finger pitch that hung up in the zone there by Krisky. Shudo, not a lot of power in his stick, only a couple of bombs this year, and he's able to not do anything with it. Well, that brings Mamori to the plate, who is 2 for 4. He's got a couple of singles in his 4 trips. He's also scored a run, and he takes a first pitch fastball outside for ball 1. The count is 1-0. Mamori's raised his season average up to 274 on the campaign. As Krisky delivers, it's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. As we said, Krisky's got a bit of an interesting delivery. Kind of looks like he's throwing uphill a bit, and squaring to bunt is Mamori, and he pulls back and takes a fastball for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. This is the last game of the night in the NPB. All the other games have checked in as finals. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count now is 2-2. We'll give you the full roundup after the game, but we'll give you the latest here in just a moment or two in terms of all those finals that have checked in. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and Mamori goes down on strikes. He's in the books for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it up to the designated hitter, Yuki Yanagita. Central League Finals, everything is completed. The Swallows came from behind to beat the Carp 2-1. The game in Yokohama was the Dragons knocking off the Bay Stars 3-1, and that one, Bay Stars scored a run in the bottom of the ninth, but not enough to come back against the Dragons. And 1-0 at the Cochin between the Tigers and Giants. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Yanagita is aboard with a 2-out single. That's the first hit of the season allowed by Krisky. As we mentioned, 7 innings without allowing a hit, or actually now 7 2/3 if you include this evening. And that is going to put Yanagita aboard with a 2-out single, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Kensuke Kondo. Well, for Kondo tonight, he is 0 for 4. He has flown out 3 times to left field and also once to center. He's looking for his first hit of the evening. Kondo has seen his average dip below the 300 mark. He's hitting 299 now with 21 homers and 74 RBIs. Right-hander Krisky working to the set. And now delivers. There's a fastball in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher, Suge, and down to second goes Yanagita. Good piece of base running there by the designated hitter to read the ball down in the dirt. He got a good jump. Now he's into scoring position. That could be a difference maker here. That's going to go down as a wild pitch. Nice stop there by the catcher. Could have been worse. As it was a split finger pitch that was down in the dirt. It bounced about maybe 5 feet in front of home plate. Suge was able to get down and block it, but it scored away over onto the third base side. Retrieved it, fired it down to second base, and getting into second base safely was the base runner, Yanagita. And they've got the interpreter and the pitching coach out on the mound to talk to Krisky right now. See how they're going to handle this situation with Kondo, if they're going to put him on and maybe face Ubiashi. Our friend Rhodes Scholar in the house, he says, let's go Lions. It looks like Kaz Matsui has stepped out of the dugout and held up the four fingers. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to intentionally walk Kondo, so he is going to be aboard here. That's going to bring up the center fielder, Seiji Ubiashi, with an opportunity to try to win it here. So Ubiashi came into the ballgame to replace Akira Nakamura, as he is hitting in his spot in the batting order, and then defensively they moved Inoue to first and Shudo to third. So Ubiashi batting 187 on the season. Steps in here waiting on the first offering from the right-hander, Krisky, who kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that almost goes to the backstop. A backhanded stop this time by Suge. He was wanting to pitch up in the zone, and the ball ended up down. So ball one here to Seiji Ubiashi. I don't know. I think I might stick the bat on the shoulder here until Krisky can maybe repeat a delivery here or repeat a pitch. So 1 ball and no strikes as the right-hander Krisky delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. The few Fukuoka fans in attendance are really letting the visiting team hear their support. As we said, it is a sparse crowd tonight in Saitama for this one. One team out of the playoff race and the other team trying to hang on in the playoff race. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is grounded over to first. Fielded on the run by McKinnon. He steps on the bag, and that is going to do it. The Hawks with 2 out. They threaten, but they don't score. That is going to do it here in the 9th inning. There was no runs. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 9th inning. It is the Hawks 4 and the Lions 4. It looks like it's going to be Roberto Osuna time when we come back in just a few. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back. It is Lions and Hawks locked at 4 as we move to the 9th. Appreciate you guys listening, whether you listen live or on delay. It's always great to have you in the house. We'll be right back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a pitching change, and it's going to be Roberto Osuna coming into the ball game, the closer in a non-closing situation here for the Fukuoka Ball Club. As Osuna is going to be making his next appearance. We've seen him this year give up one of his couple of runs that he has given up. He has been absolutely electric. Only 3 runs this year given up. He's got a 0.65, microscopic 0.65 ERA. 41 games pitched, 41 and 2/3 innings for the big fella. He's allowed 23 hits. He has only walked 4, and he has struck out 38. So Roberto Osuna on in relief here for Fukuoka, and he's going to be facing the top of the order in Genda Tonosaki and Haruma. Lions need a base runner as they are ready to face Osuna here. This is the 7th pitcher used tonight by the Hawks. So ready to resume the action as Genda steps to the plate. He is 1 for 4 in this one. He's got a single and RBI in 4 trips. He's also struck out, grounded out, and popped out. There's a fastball that misses up and away for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. They need a runner, do the Lions, and then it's nickel and dime ball, one would have to think. Trying to bring home one of these runners. Genda's got to find a way on. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count goes even to 1-1 on Sosuke Genda. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning, as it is all locked up at 4s, all the runs came for the Hawks in the top of the 1st inning. They jumped on the Lions early with 4 runs in their first, and then it's been all Lions after that. There's a fastball swung on. It is chopped back to the pitcher, Osuna. He bobbles it. He throws to first, and they're still going to be able to get Genda. That's going to go down as a ground out 1-3. He is retired for out number 1. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Shuta Tonosaki. Lions got their runs in the 2nd inning as David McKinnon was brought home on a sac fly by Mark Payton. Then they scored 3 in the 4th. Shuta Tonosaki steps to the plate. He is 0 for 3 in this one. He's also drawn a walk. As the right-hander Osuna ready to go back to work again. He holds the ball at the belt and now pitches and delivers. That's a split-figure pitch swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Tonosaki. Tonosaki's seen his average slip to 265 on the ball game tonight. Batting from the right side against the right-handed throwing Osuna. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, lined into left field for a base hit. Tonosaki's aboard with a 1-out single. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Takuya Haruma. Well, Haruma comes to the plate, or slated to come to the plate. He's 0 for 4 in this one. We'll wait to see if that is indeed who they're going to stay with or if they're going to look to their bench. 4-12-0 for the Hawks. 4-10-0, and it is Haruma, but he is squaring to bunt. They're going to try to let David McKinnon go head-to-head. So let's see what happens here. So Haruma already showing bunt. Here's the pitch from Osuna. It's a fastball that misses inside. There goes the runner down to second. And they have nailed Tonosaki. He has been caught stealing, and it's not even close. That's going to go in the books as a caught stealing 2-6. He's gone for the 2nd out of the inning. I didn't get to see if that was a ball or a strike. We'll look at that one again. He had pulled inside. The home plate umpire did not go up with the right hand. Oh, to add insult to injury, the throw was right into the face of the would-be base stealer. Nice play there by the catcher Takuya Kai to gun down Tonosaki. Our friend Alki 187 in the house says, yeah, Hawks it is. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count goes even to 1-1 now on Haruma. Nothing says caught stealing in that situation, and then add insult to injury, you get tagged right in the face as you're sliding into second base. 1 ball and 1 strike it is here to Haruma. Here comes the offering from Osuna, who kicks and delivers a fastball that swung on and missed. Count now goes to 1-2. So I'd be curious to see what the Lions do in the next half inning if Kriski's coming back out for another. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Haruma's batting here in the 9th with 2 gone, and the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses down. Count goes to 2-2 on Haruma. Dave McKinnon looming on deck. Wonder if somebody missed a sign or if it was a fake bunt and steal. I don't know what be interesting to see the post-game interview for the manager of the Lions. There's a fastball taken for a called 3rd strike. Oh, Haruma stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Lions in their half of the 9th inning. We're going to extra innings. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 9 complete in Seibu. It is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 10th when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight, whether you listen live or on delay or whether you've just come in late. We're glad you're here.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Rose Scholar says, make us work overtime. Yeah, overtime, free bonus baseball for everybody. And that is what we have here tonight. We welcome everybody to the stream, whether, as we say, you listen live or on delay, as we're going to the 10th inning. Got a little bit of an extra, as we like to call our Japanese halftime. After 5 innings, they've got the same thing here as they move to the 10th. They take a little bit extra to come out and to work on the field. We're going to take ourselves just a little moment to come back in just a few as well. We're locked up at 4 as we're going to extra. Appreciate everybody for jumping in here with us tonight. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few. It is the Hawks and the Lions locked up at 4. Only game left going on in the NPB tonight. We'll be right back after this. It is going to be the top of the 10th inning in just a couple moments. As we said, they take a little bit of a delay on the in-between, just like they do between the 5th and the 6th innings. Got to do the same between the 9th and the 10th, and we'll be back with all the action in just a couple after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight. We'll be right back in just a few. It is going to be the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks coming to bat. It'll be Imamiya Yanagamachi and it looks like it is going to be maybe Ikumi, but I'm not sure if we have ourselves another hitter in that spot. We'll check it out when we get back in just a few. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to have a pitching change as it's going to be Taishi Mamita coming on in relief. The rookie is making his 11th appearance of the year. He's got no wins and no losses. He's worked 9 2/3 innings. He's allowed 6 hits. He has walked 3 and struck out 8. He's got an ERA of 0.93. So the 20-year-old right-hander on in relief here for the Lions. He is going to be facing Kenta Imamiya, Tetsuro Yanagamachi, and as we said, to do a double take, it was supposed to be Ikumi in that part of the batting order. We'll see if he has stuck around or if he has been replaced. That is where we are looking at right now. So we're just waiting here. It looks like it is going to be Kawase. That is Hikaru Kawase who is going to be hitting in that spot. So he'll be the third hitter used in that part of the batting order, as he has come on in the spot where Inoue and then Ikumi were hitting. So that is what we're looking at there. Hikaru Kawase, who will be hitting third in the inning. Well, as we said at the outset, when the Hawks scored those 4 in the first inning, we thought, boy, this could be one of those nights that they may go silent, and it sure has been that. They have had opportunities to score runs, especially in the 8th inning where they had runners at first and second and 1 out. They weren't able to cash in either Amamiya or Yanagamachi, who were on the base pass at that point, as it was Ikumi and Kai who ended up nullifying that. And then, of course, the last inning with Yanagita and Kondo aboard was Ubiashi, who had grounded out to end the 9th inning. So the 4 runs scored by the Hawks in the first inning, it was a single by Shudo, followed by a single by Momori. And all of the runs came with 2 out. A walk to Nakamura loaded the bases. Then Kenta Imamiya singled home a pair of runs for the first 2 runs for the Hawks. Then Tetsuro Yanagamachi singled home Ubiashi with the 3rd run. And then it was Tomoya Inoue who singled home Kenta Imamiya to give the Hawks a 4-0 lead. In the Lions battled back, they had a run in the second inning, a leadoff single by David McKinnon, was followed by a single by Takiya Nakamura. Eventually, they were moved over to second and third on a groundout by Sato, and then a sacrifice fly by Mark Payton cut the lead to 4-1. The Lions chased Carter Stewart in the 4th inning with 1 out. They sent 9 hitters to the plate. Takiya Nakamura singled, Ryusi Sato singled, then Mark Payton walked to load the bases. After a Senasuge strikeout, Manaya Nishikawa singled home 2 runs, and then Sosuke Agenda singled home a run. And so that is where it stands. So here comes the first offering now from the right-hander Mameda, and is a fastball swung on and fouled away by Imamiya, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Kenta Imamiya. Top of the 10th inning here underway, as it is a 4-4 ball game here, as the right-hander Mameda works into the delivery and throws a fastball that's swung on and driven foul again. And the count is no balls and 2 strikes. So no balls and 2 strikes to Imamiya. Imamiya is 2 for 4 tonight, 2 singles. He has been a part of 3 of the 4 runs. He's driven in 2 and scored 1 himself. As Mameda ready to deliver, he rocks into the windup. Here comes the 0-2. And it is a breaking ball that misses way upstairs. And the count now is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Imamiya. Mameda getting his sign from his catcher Suge, and he's ready to go back to work. He rocks into the windup. As he kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on. It's lifted foul down the right field line. Count remains at 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yanagamachi and Kawase to follow here in the 10th for the Hawks. The pitch on the way, it's a breaking ball missing outside. Count now to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Maeda rocking into the windup, ready to go again. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on and line foul down the right field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Hawks need a runner here in the 10th inning. They find to get something going. More importantly, they want to be able to stay in this race. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Emabia down on strikes. He's gone for the first out of the inning. That's going to bring up the ranked fielder, Tetsuro Yanagamachi. Well, for Yanagamachi, he is 2 for 4 tonight. He's got 2 singles and an RBI. As he strides to the plate here, looking to get something going for the Hawks. As the right-hander rocks into the delivery, he kicks and he fires. It's a slow breaking ball that misses way upstairs. Count is 1 ball and no strikes. Could be a late night for most people in attendance in Seibu for this one. Here's the 1-0. It's a fastball swung on and missed. The count now goes even at 1-1. Where I was staying in Tokyo is approximately an hour to get to the hour and 10 minutes to get to Seibu. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, as the pitch is a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 2-1. And it's kind of neat because the Seibu train company is the one who is the supporter here, is the Seibu Seibu Alliance. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into left center field. Giving chase is Mark Payton. He's got room and space. He makes the catch. That's going to retire Yanagamachi for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Hikaru Kawase. This is going to be the first at bat of the ball game for Kawase, as he is come on in the spot of originally occupied by Tomoya Inoue. And then it was Kai Akume who had come into bat for Inoue back in the 8th inning. So here comes the first inning pitch to Kawase. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. It is the top of the 10th inning. Hawks and Lions all locked up at 4s. As Mameda delivers, it's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count now goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Battle of the bullpens here in this one. The Hawks are trying to get themselves the victory. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The count is 1-2. The Hawks are not, if they don't come up with the victory, the Eagles lost tonight against Chiba, so the Eagles unable to gain ground. They had a 3-1 lead in that one, and they blew that and lost 5-3. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Kawase. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As we said, all the other games are finals across the NPB. As the right-hander Mameda kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-2. Takuya Kai waits his turn on deck. Chiba scored 3 in the 7th and 1 in the 8th, as we said, to come from behind to win that game 3-1. Norimoto is cruising along there until the 7th. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and Kawase is going to get himself a 2-out walk. He is aboard with a walk here, and keep your eye here again to see if they're going to put Kawase in motion. That's going to bring Takuya Kai to the plate. Genda and Tonosaki talking up the middle how they're going to handle this one. One would have to think that you got to think that the Hawks are going to put somebody in motion. You're going to have to put Kawase in motion here. You're going to be playing some cat and mouse baseball, but I would have to think he is going to be on his way. I would bet house and home. Suge did a great job of controlling the running game in this one here, but this is going to be the challenge right now. And they've got a chance to be able to drive him in if they can get him over to second. Here comes the first pitch to Kai. It's a fastball that misses well outside. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Kai tonight is 0 for 4. He has struck out 3 times. Hawk crowd that have traveled to see this game are in good voice. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses way upstairs. Count is now 2 balls and no strikes to Takuya Kai. So 2 balls and no strikes it is. As mentioned, we will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow. Same 2 ball clubs. So hopefully you folks can make it in again with us tomorrow. Here comes the 2-0 as the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Like Kai wanted to put 2 runs on the board right then and there as he swung through that pitch. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Kai. As he waits here on the offering from the right-hander, Ameda, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is fouled straight back. Kai's going to be talking to himself. He just missed that pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Kai will be followed by the top of the order, Yukio Shudo, should he find a way on base here. Mato able to retire the first 2 hitters of the inning, and then a walk to Kawase, and now he's got a 2-2 count here to Kai. And now he works to the set. He checks the runner. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on, and this is line foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Going to try to give games every single night of the week here. So hopefully you guys can pop in and join us for all the action. We'll make our announcement a little later today in another 10 or so hours, but we're leading toward these same 2 teams, although we may sneak a Central League game in. You look at the pitching matchups once again. Here's the 2-2. It's a breaking ball that misses way outside. And the count now goes to 3-2 on Kai. Well, the runner at first, Kawase, is going to be in motion. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kai. So here comes the 3-2 pitch as Mameda checks the runner at first. And now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and fouled straight back. And again, it's going to keep the count at 3-2 to Kai. Is this turning into a marathon at bat? This is going to be the 8th pitch of the at bat coming up to Kai. As he's battled the pitcher to a 3-2 count here. This is going to be the 25th pitch of the inning for Mameda, considering that he got the first 2 batters out. It's been the last 2 have really made him work. Hawk fans egging their team on or cheering their team on. Here's the 3-2. Fastball taken right down the middle for a called 3rd strike. Oh, it's the first time tonight Kai's gone down looking, but the 4th time he's gone into the books on strikes. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. We are now moving to the bottom of the 10th inning. And your score is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Stick around. We'll be back with the call at the bottom of the 10th. When we return after this, appreciate you guys all for jumping in here with us tonight. Be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the bottom half of the 10th inning, and it's going to be David McKinnon, Takia Nakamura, and Ryusi Sato to come to bat. We're just going to get a confirmation if it is going to be a pitching change, as Roberto Osuna was in the ball game, and it's usually not the case that they would roll him for 2 innings. So we're just going to take a look to see what the Hawks are about to do. We'll get you that information here in a second. The Hawks have gone to the bullpen tonight a number of times, and they do have a right-hander. It's going to be Samori coming on in relief. So this is going to be the 8th pitcher used tonight by the Hawks. And we said it was a pretty light crowd. Boy, is it ever a light crowd. 14,786 in attendance tonight. Probably as many empty seats as there are with bums in them. So that is where it stands. So Samori on in the relief here to pitch the bottom of the 10th. Yuki Samori making his 51st appearance here for the Hawks. 3-4 on the year. Worked 43 innings. He's allowed 33 hits. He has walked 19, struck out 39. And he's got a 3.56 ERA. So David McKinnon here to face him. The bottom half of the 10th inning, and the first pitch from Samori on the way. It's a fastball that misses outside for ball 1. Count is 1-0. McKinnon tonight is 2 for 4. He's got a couple of singles in those 4 trips. As Samori works to the belt, as he kicks and delivers, it is a fastball swung on and missed. The count now goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to McKinnon. Right-hander Samori working to the set, but now McKinnon has asked for time. Here in the bottom of the 10th inning, locked at 4s. This ball game here has been an entertaining affair tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. As the right-hander Samori kicks and delivers a fastball that swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line, giving chase, watching it drift into the bullpen area past the netting. It's the left fielder Kondo, and that is going to run the count now to 1-2 on McKinnon. He really did a good job of pulling his hands inside the ball, but he ended up with that one in flight down the left field line. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is, as McKinnon bats here, leading off the 10th inning. So here comes the offering from Samori. The 1-2 on the way. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on, and it's cued off the end of the bat, foul down the first base line, and it keeps the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes to McKinnon. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're now past the 4-hour mark in this game as we are in extra innings. Here comes the 1-2 pitch as the right-hander kicks and delivers a slow breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-2. Ten o'clock local time, 10 o'clock p.m. Crowd is still in attendance. What was in attendance and what still is in attendance looks like about the same. As we said, only 14,000 hardy faithful in attendance tonight. There's a breaking ball that misses way up and in, and it's now 3-2 to McKinnon. So Samori ready to go again. He gets the sign from his catcher, Kai. Lions are looking for a base runner here to find a way to cash a run in here. Here comes the 3-2 pitch as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball. Take it for a called 3rd strike. Oh, it's the 2nd time McKinnon has gone down on strikes. And he is gone for the first out of the inning here in the 10th. That's going to bring up the designated hitter, Takia Nakamura. I have to say, that pitch there delivered by Samori had some backdoor run on it. It looked like it was going to be outside for ball 4. And and had a little bit of run that came back across the plate, and McKinnon talking to himself as he walks back to the dugout. That's going to bring up the designated hitter, Takia Nakamura. Nakamura, 3 for 4 tonight. He's got 2 singles, a double. He's bounced into a fielder's choice, so he's been on base every time he's come to the plate. And he takes a first pitch breaking ball outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Nakamura has raised his season average up to 273. Our scary mask is in the house, and he says he needs the Hawks to win. Yeah, well, that would help you for sure. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes even at 1-1. Before the game started, I picked the Hawks to win. And they sure did their part in the first inning by putting up a 4 spot. But ever since the first inning, it's been all Lions. And that is where we stand at a score of 4-4. So Lions are looking to complete the comeback to its fullest here in the 10th inning. 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-hander holds set. Now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, and it is lifted foul behind home plate. It's going to run the count to 1-2 on Nakamura. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Takia Nakamura enjoying drinking of the fountain of youth. He turned 40 years old last month. He is enjoying himself a fine season here. And they needed that, especially after they lost their big slugging first baseman to some off-field issues. He has been having a renaissance season for an elder statesman. Here's the 1-2. Fastball, take it for a called third strike. Back-to-back called third strikes. That's going to retire Nakamura for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone here now, and that's going to leave it all up to Ryusi Sato. So the Hawks are getting some timely pitching as needed, and Samori delivers his part. Retires Nakamura for the second out of the inning, and it leaves it up to Sato, who is 1 for 4 on the evening. And the first pitch on the way to Sato as Samori delivers a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Samori has been dealing lots of arm side run on that fastball tonight. So here comes the 0-1 pitch to Sato as he works to the set. And now he kicks and delivers. The pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that just misses. Count now goes to 1-1. I'm not sure where that pitch was because we were talking about the arm side run. That one looked like it ran right across the plate. But not according to the home plate umpires. So now that's going to run the count even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-hander holds to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. So Samori has been pitching really well here in this last half of the inning. The right-hander gets his side from Takuya Kai, and he's ready to deliver. And now time has been called as Sato is going to step out. He wants to reset himself. He thinks that Samori has taken a little bit too long. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as Samori checks in with his catcher, Kai. And now, again, they've asked for time. This time it's Kai. Just had a slight delay there. Sorry at our end. That's a breaking ball that misses outside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Sato. A little bit of a cough at my end here. We've been hacking away behind the scenes. Here comes the 2-2. It's a breaking ball that misses way outside. The count now goes to 3-2. So sorry for the pause there, everybody. We've got Alexander Leggett in the house tonight. He says he's on the train to work already. Yeah, we are 4+ hours into this one. We are in the 10th inning. As it is 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Sato with 2 gone in the bottom of the 10th. It is all locked up here between the Hawks and the Lions. 4-4 is your scoreline. Samori working to the set position. Checks the runner over at second, and now he's ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. And it is a breaking ball that's check swing foul right at home plate. Sato there, it looked like he was trying to pull back. That probably would have been ball 4. Wasn't able to get the bat back in time, and he fouls it right off into the feet. He's trying to do anything he could to try to protect himself. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is here to Sato. Samori ready to deliver again. He gets his sign from Takuya Kai, and he's ready to go back to work. Here comes the 3-2 offering as the right-hander works set. And now he kicks and he fires. The pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses inside. It's going to be ball 4. So he's aboard with a 2-out walk. And now that is going to bring up the left fielder, Mark Payton. So Samori couldn't quite get the job done there. Struck out the first 2 batters in the inning looking in McKinnon and Nakamura. Now a base on balls here to Sato. And it looks like Sato's day is done. We're going to have a pinch runner for him. But he did what he had to do. And so Mark Payton coming to the plate. Well, for Payton tonight, he is officially 0 for 1. He has a couple of walks and he has a sacrifice fly and driven in a run. It is Kadama who has come on in relief. Alexander said, and are suffering. Actually, feel pretty good tonight, but still on Japanese time, so I'm all pumped up, ready to go. Our friend Connor says this is the last leg of a 2-piece, so he's cheering for the Lions. We do thank everybody who's come in, whether they are listening live or on delay. Obviously, we've had a bigger crop here toward the end. Holla Jack also in the house tonight. Our friend CV still in the house as they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is Kadama. Payton only hitting .214 on the season. He did score one of the runs, and he has sacrifice flied in one of the runs tonight, so he's been part of half of the offensive production by the Lions. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0 to Payton. Senisuge waits his turn on deck for the Lions. 4-12-0 for the Hawks, 4-10-0 for the Lions, as they are here in the 10th inning. This game has been a marathon. There's a fastball. That ball is hooked foul into the netting down the right field line. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Alki 187 is asking, what team is it bad? Well, we are in the bottom of the 10th inning, and that would be the home team, and the home team is the Saitama Seibu Lions. So they are the one that is hitting. So we have the runner at first with 2 gone, 1 ball and 1 strike to Payton. Here comes the pitch from Samori. He delivers a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Just as a reminder, for those of you who are new to our channel, we will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night. Just make sure you take a look to see who we're going to post up and do. We are leaning toward these 2 clubs again. However, I am also going to look at the Central League tomorrow night for their action. We may end up giving us one of those ones there. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in. The count's now 3-1 to Payton. So Samori, after striking out the first 2 hitters of the inning, has now found himself into a little bit of difficulty after walking Sato and now finding himself in the hole. 3-1 to Mark Payton. So it is 3 balls and 1 strike to Peyton. They throw again over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Kadama. Senasuge, the catcher, waiting on deck. Appreciate you, Doug, and appreciate you for being in here with us tonight. Sometimes it's like we're talking to ourselves, but usually on the weekends we get a pretty stellar crowd. So hopefully you can make it in for one of those games there. We'll make our announcements not too far ahead in advance this week. But we will make sure that we are on the airwaves. There's a fastball that swung on and missed. That's going to run the count to 3-2 on Peyton. So that means that the runner Kadama is going to be in motion. Peyton's got 3 balls and 2 strikes on him with 2 out here in the last half of the 10th inning. He's got to make sure he goes to the plate before he starts to take off. Suge waiting on deck. Right-hander against the left-hander. Samori works himself to the belt. Here comes the pitch. He delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. It is foul into the seats over on the third base side. Count remains at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kadama was in motion, as we said, and he is going to be in motion yet again. Wouldn't be surprised if Samori flipped it over just to keep him honest. So here comes the 3-2. Peyton here waggling the bat, waiting on the offering from the right-hander. Samori works to the set position. Here comes the pitch. He kicks and he fires. It's a fastball swung on it. Is popped up on the infield. It's on the left side. It's playable. Moving over underneath it and making the catch is Shudo. And that is going to do it, as that is going to retire Peyton for the 3rd out of the inning. We're going to the 11th inning here. It is a 4-4 ball game. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 10 complete. Your score is the Lions 4 and the Hawks 4. Looks like they're going to the bullpen again, are the Lions. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a few. Top of the 11th coming up here in just a couple of moments. Appreciate you guys for being here. We don't expect anything any different. We know we're going for another inning. So hang tight. We'll be right back after this from some of our cheerleaders.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just 1 roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Katsuhiko Kuman coming on in relief. He is going to be the 7th pitcher used tonight by the Lions, and he is going to be in tough as he's got to face the top part of the batting order coming up for Fukuoka. It'll be Yukio Shudo, Masaki Momori, and Yuki Yanagita, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters, to come to bat here in this one. And for Kuman, who is coming on in relief, as we said, he is going to be the 7th pitcher used tonight by the Lions. He's making his 7th appearance of the season. He's got a record of 1-0. He has worked 4 1/3 innings. He's allowed 6 hits. He's walked 2 and struck out 1, and he's got an ERA of 2.08 as he is coming on in relief here. So Kuman to be able to do it. The lefty here coming in to pitch. So Yukio Shudo steps to the plate. For Shudo tonight, he is 2 for 5. He's got a couple of singles He's also scored a run, and he takes a first pitch for a ball, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Lefty versus lefty. Kuman works himself to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. It is squaring to bunt is Shudo, but he bunts it foul behind home plate. And the count runs even to 1 ball and 1 strike. Chance to see that one again. Shudo had squared, and he bunted that one right down. Interesting. He was out of the batter's box, it looked like, when he went to bunt that. I wonder if that's something that they can review in the NPB, because his foot, he basically stepped right on top of home plate as he bunted that one foul. Here comes the 1-1. It's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike to Shudo. Certain things that can be reviewed and can't be reviewed. I would like to think that that would be one of them that can be reviewed. So here comes the 2-1 as the lefty Kuman delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled right off the catcher, Suge, and the count now goes to 2-2. Hawks need to get a base runner on here somehow. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. The lefty here is getting himself ready to go back to work here against the left-handed hitting Shudo. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses inside. It's now run the count to 3-2. Shudo is definitely not the fella that you want to put on base if you are the Lions. He has got 27 stolen bases, and he can run a lot. So he would give them an advantage, and especially Momori. He's another one who is on deck who can run, and there's a fastball that misses inside. That's going to be ball 4. Nothing worse than a lefty losing a lefty, as he is aboard with a leadoff walk here, and you got to think that he's either going to be running or Momori's going to be bunting. But the Hawks now have some life here as they've got the runner on at first with nobody out. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, Masaki Momori. For Momori tonight in this one, he is 2 for 5. He's got 2 singles in his 5 trips. He's also struck out twice and grounded to second. Momori has raised his average to 273 in the ball game. So we'll see what the Hawks have up their sleeves here. As Momori is already squaring to bunt, they throw over to first base, and getting back easily is the base runner, so no problem there. He is Masaki Momori, waiting here on the offering now from the left-hander Kuman. Lefty works to the set. Momori squares the bunt. Here's the pitch. It's bunted, and it's down. It is fielded by the third baseman, who fires it over to first, as that is going to retire Momori on a sacrifice, and that's going to go in the books as a 5-3 putout for the first out of the inning. Shudo advances to second. It wasn't the best of bunts, but the third baseman and the pitcher almost collided as they were attempting to field the ball, as that is going to retire Momori over at first base. So he does the job. Sacrifice bunt. He gets the fist pumps as he returns to the dugout, and that is going to bring Yuki Yanagita to the plate. Well, for Yanagita tonight, he is 2 for 5. He's got a couple of singles in his 5 trips. He's also flown out to, or popped to the shortstop, grounded to second, and struck out. So they got the runner at scoring position now with a couple of gone, and they're going to try to bring him in here. Here comes the first offering from the lefty Kuman, and it's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. Loaded left-handed lineup here for the Hawks. The first 4 hitters in the batting order all bat left-handed. And in fact, if you included Nakamura in that mix there, it would be the top 5, but he is out of the ball game. So 1 ball and no strikes to Yanagita as the lefty Kuman checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Hawks looking to try to score a run here and put them in a position where they can win the ball game. So 2 balls and no strikes. Lefty versus lefty. Yanagita up on the plate with a slightly open stance. Waiting here on the offering from the left-handed pitching Kuman, and he does an inside spaghetti move, and that chases the runner back to second base in Shudo. Kazuki Kondo waits his turn on deck. It's not going to get any easier here for the lefty. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Fastball that misses up and away, and the count now goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. This has got to be the longest game of the season we've checked in on. Obviously, 4+ hours now, 4:22. Actually, 4:21 because it was a 1 minute past the hour first pitch. Here's the 3-0 offering to Yanagita. As the lefty here kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses down and away. It's going to be ball 4. And that's going to put runners at first and second. It's going to bring Kondo to the plate. It's also going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout. And we're going to take a quick time out here, everybody. We'll be back in about 30 seconds as they've taken a break in the action here. Hang tight. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to resume the action as the conference on the mound is over. The runner at first is Yanagita. The runner at second is Shudo. As Kazuki Kondo comes to the plate with 1 out here in the top of the 11th inning. As Kodama ready to deliver. It is a fastball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Hawks and Lions all locked at 4s here in the top of the 11th inning. This game here has gone on extra innings. We are in the top of the 11th. So bonus baseball for those of you who have jumped into our stream tonight. We appreciate you guys for listening in. As the lefty ready to go, here comes the offering as he holds to the set position. Checks the runner at second, and now he delivers. It is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count now is 2-0 to Kondo. So that drives you nuts. Kuman can't get lefties out. He has allowed 2 of the 3 runners to reach. The other one was a sacrifice. And he's got Kondo here as he's trying to retire him here in this inning. And the lefty ready to deliver again. He gets the sign and he works to the set. Setting up away to Kondo here. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down and away outside. And now the count goes to 3-0. It is Seiji Ubiashi who waits his turn on deck as he came in to replace Nakamura back in the 7th inning. He had moved into center field, so Ubiashi looming on deck. So Kuman, and there is action in the bullpen. They do have action up to the Lions. Here's the 3-0. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Kondo. Our friend CV asked if we did. Yeah, we have. And actually, we posted up a few videos. We've done a few shorts and posted up the potato chip video the other night there, CV. So we got a bunch of potato chip baseball cards and posted a long form video yesterday. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left center field. This ball is trouble. This ball is going to be off the wall, and it is fielded by the left fielder, Peyton, who fires it in. 1 run is in. Here comes the other one. The play at the plate is not going to be in time, and scoring all the way from first base is Yanagita, and that is going to be a double. A 2-run double here by Kazuki Kondo, as he's got himself an extra base hit, 2 RBIs. That is absolute clutch. 6-4 now is the lead for the Hawks here in the inning, as it brings in Shuto and Yanagita. They have now a 2-run lead here in the top of the 11th inning. All with 1 out, and that is going to bring up the center fielder, Seiji Ubiyashi. So Ubiyashi coming to the plate here, as he is 0 for 2 in this one. It was really, really interesting. That ball was hit deep. Both of the runners were on the left field side of second base. The runner Shuto almost at third, and the runner Yanagita past second base. And once that ball hit down, both of those runners were able to come around to score. So here comes the first offering to Ubiyashi. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Well, it'll be interesting to see who they're going to finish the game off with are the Hawks. As I have to go and take a look to see what else is happening. There's Leslie Wells in the house tonight, and she's crying for the Hawks. I think probably wanting the Lions to win based on that emoji. So here comes the 1-0 offering as the lefty holds set, now delivers. A fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. It's definitely been an entertaining ball game here tonight. All the runs the Hawks scored up to this point were in the first inning. Lions were able to battle back to tie it at 4. Do they have anything left in them in the bottom of the inning? I guess we're going to find out. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball that misses down in it, and then the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Ubiyashi. Lefty versus the lefty. Kumon kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in. That's going to be ball 4. Yet another walk. And it looks like we may have another visit here as Matsui's coming out of the dugout. Looks like we're going to have ourselves a pitching change, as this is the second trip out. So hang tight, everybody. We got ourselves another pitching change here, as the Lions are now here in a situation here where they find themselves down a couple. Our friend Holojak says, do we read or speak Japanese? I definitely don't read it. We got a little bit of Japanese in the vocabulary, but I always say it's just enough to be able to order dinner and dessert. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment after this.
Thank you, Freddie. And hey, guys, let's open up a 5-card pack of 2023 Topps Baseball. And remember, during this timeout, you can also go visit some other channels. Oh, look, Jeter Downs. Bleh. Diamond Princess, she's great. Oh, there's a cubby. Screw that. Hey, go check out the one and only Bud Stoney. Oh, here's one for another Hollis build. And you can stay anywhere you want to when you're around Freddie and the Seattle area. That's good for Mr. Fuego. And you know what? Why don't we bring out one of the Oakland A's for a league of her own? Bingo! Thank you, Freddie. Pitchers look like they're ready. Let's play ball!
Welcome back, everybody. Steve's keeping us entertained, as it is going to be a reliever in the ball game, and it is going to be Keisuke Honda coming in relief. Honda's making his 23rd appearance of the year. He's got no wins and 1 loss. He has worked 32 innings. He's allowed 30 hits. He has walked 13 and struck out 27. He's got an ERA of 1.13. So Keisuke Honda on in relief here. And as the pitching parade continues here, this is pitcher number 8 to be used by the Lions here tonight. So Honda's just completing his warm-up tosses, as we're going to be ready to resume this. He'll be facing Kenta Imamiya. Imamiya tonight is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles in those, 2 for 5. He's got 2 singles and 5 trips. He's also scored a run and knocked in a pair. So Imamiya is here, and looks like there is going to be some defensive changes for the Lions, but we'll try to get those when they come to bat, as we just can't keep up with all of that stuff. Friend CV says, You got a good chuckle over that one. Yeah, absolutely. I can order food and I will not starve. And so that is the best part about my Japanese. And the fact that we'll be able to make sure that I keep well fed. So here comes the first offering to the right-handed hitting Imamiya. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is quickly 1-0. As we said, Imamiya has raised his season average up to 259 tonight, enjoying himself another fine season. He's the all-time Pacific League leader in sacrifice bunts. That's what he has to his name. Here comes the 1-0 offering as the right-hander Honda works to the set. It's a battle of attrition, the two bullpens here tonight. Fastball swung on. This ball's line down the right field line. It's going to be trouble. If it's fair, it's into the corner. That's going to get another run in. Fielding it off the wall and firing it back in is the right fielder. It looks like it is Peyton, and scoring all the way around from first base. It looks like that is going to be Ubiashi as well. It's going to increase the score line to 8-4. So Kondo comes in to score the run. He makes it 7-4. Ubiashi comes all the way around. That's going to be the third and fourth runs driven in tonight on the ball, on the double hit by Imamiya. He's got himself a couple of more RBIs to his name, his third hit of the ball game. And this one here is being blown apart as we speak. And that'll bring up the right fielder, or the now center fielder, in Tetsuro Yanagamachi. Now check that right fielder, because it is Ubiashi who is in center. So Imamiya at second base, 8-4 now for the Hawks here in the 11th inning. And there's no sign of it ending anytime soon. Here comes the first offering, as it is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to short. Genda fields it. He throws to first. And that is going to retire Yanagamachi on a ground out 6-3. He's retired for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it all up to Hikaru Kawase. Well, for Kawase tonight, he walked in his only plate appearance as he was stranded at first base back in the 10th inning. But 8-4 now, the Hawks have the lead here. Our friend CV says he is going through Tim Hortons withdrawals. There you go. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. I don't drink much Tim Hortons out here. I used to do it a lot back east. That used to be the go-to, but out here, not much Tim Hortons for this guy. Very, very rare. Here comes the 1-0 pitch as the right-hander Honda kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now is 1-1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th inning, it's going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters slated to come to bat for the Lions. Suge, Nishikawa, and Genda. It is a 8-4 lead here for the Hawks as they bat here in the top half of the 11th inning. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Kawase. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is definitely going to be our longest game of the season. It's 4.5 hours plus. But you got to like it. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as the right-hander delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takuya Kai waiting his turn on deck. Kawase waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Honda. Checks the runner at second, now delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and that's going to run the count to 3-2. 8 hitters so far sent to the plate here in the 11th inning by the Hawks. They scored 4 in the first, and they've come back with 4 in the 11th. And in between, it's been a bunch of goose eggs. Alexander Leggett says he's at work now, but he's hoping it ends before the workday. Yours or mine? There's a split finger pitch that misses down in the dirt. And that is going to allow Kawase to reach first on a base on balls. That's going to put runners at first and second. And it's going to bring Takuya Kai to the plate. Well, it's been a rough night for Takuya Kai. Kai tonight is 0 for 5. He has struck out 4 times. He has also flown out to left field. I was looking up an interesting stat in Major League Baseball of players who had struck out 5 times in a game. And Sam Horn, I believe, was either the first to do it or one of the few players to do it in the history of Major League Baseball. That would be an interesting statistical question in the NPB. Has there been anybody to strike out 5 times in a game? I don't know if there has been, but there could be one right here, as we said that Kai has been fanned 4 times already. Here's the first pitch from Honda. It's a fastball swung on and missed. The count is quickly 0-1. And if he does it for the 5th time in this one, we will know who the last one to strike out 5 times would be, and that would be Kai. That'd be an interesting trivia question that I don't have the answer to, and I'd look to do some homework on that one to find out if that would be replicated. So no balls and 1 strike as Honda holds to the set. Now delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. If I remember correctly, there were a couple of players in the playoffs last year. It might have been Jimenez of the Guardians who struck out 5 times, and there was somebody else within the span of a couple of days that also went down on strikes a bunch of times. Fastball swung on, grounded over to second, so we know the answer is not going to be Kai. Tonosaki flips it over to first. That's going to retire Kai. They send 9 hitters to the plate. To the Hawks in the inning, they scored 4 runs in the inning on the benefit of only 2 hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We are now moving to the last half of the 11th. Your score is the Hawks 8, the Lions 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call on the bottom of the 11th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the last half of the 11th inning. It looks like there's going to be a pinch hitter coming up for the Lions, but it also looks like we do have a pitching change for the Hawks. We're going to get that for you in just a moment. I don't know who that last man standing is. If it is Ryosuke Atsu, it could be him, as I don't know if there's anybody else in that bullpen to take over here for the Hawks. So we'll get that confirmation for you in just a moment. And if that is the case, if Atsu is coming on in relief, and that by our neck of the woods, this would be the 9th pitcher used, and that's exactly who it is. It is Atsu coming in. Pitcher number 9 used tonight by the Hawks. Yes, he is going to be facing, it looks like that is Kakanaka who is coming in relief. We'll do it. No, it's actually Kuriyama. So Kuriyama in to pinch hit here, as he is coming to bat for Sena Suge. And the first pitch here to Kuriyama as a fastball swung on it is lifted down the left field line, moving over underneath it and with room to make the grab. As the left fielder, it didn't look like that is Kondo anymore out there. There's all kinds of changes. So Kuriyama gone for the first out of the inning. He's out for out number 1. Wholesale changes all over the park for the Hawks. Too much to keep in touch with. Our question earlier was, when we read Japanese, well, not quick enough to be able to find out who those subs are. That brings Nishikawa to the plate. Nishikawa is a 2 for 4 in this one. A couple of singles, a couple of RBIs. As the right-hander kicks and delivers to Zatsu, and it's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Nishikawa enjoying himself a nice evening as he has been involved in a couple of the runs, as we said, scored tonight. And here comes the 0-1 offering. It's a fastball that just misses low, and the count is 1-1. We'll wrap this one up tonight pretty quickly, and then, as we said, we will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow, so hopefully you can join us. We'll set up our schedule a little later on today, but this one here went a lot longer than we anticipated. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. As Atsu delivers, it's a breaking ball that just misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Nishikawa. Just got to let them put the ball in play, and hopefully they can find themselves ways to get themselves out. If you are the Hawks at this point, here comes the 2-1. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander Atsu ready to go. He gets the side from his catcher. He works set to the belt. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-2. You certainly don't want to put ducks on the pond here in the 11th inning. You want to be able to make them hit their way on. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Our friend CV says he wasn't sure if we found any in Japan. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to second. They throw to first. That's going to retire Nishikawa on a ground out 4-3. Yeah, CV, I posted up a video yesterday with regards to the potato chip stuff that we found. So that was about an 8-minute video. You can see what we were able to rip open. You get 2 cards per pack on a Calbee potato chips. We were able to open up ourselves a bunch of them there and did a full-length video on that. We've got some more pack-a-days. We did some pack-a-days, but we did them as full-length videos, not as shorts, although we did do some shorts. We got a whole bunch more still to come. Here comes the 0-2, or the first offering to Genda. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. So if you get a chance, check out the full-length video that we posted yesterday of the Calbee stuff. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined down the left field line, but it's just going to go foul. It's going to run the count to 0-2 on Genda. One thing I will say is that the score line is 8-4. They're down by 4 runs. It is a hearty crowd in Japan. They stick it out. They're still there watching the game. I would say of the 14,000 that are in attendance tonight, there's probably still 10,000 there watching the game right to the bitter end. Especially their team giving up those runs here in the 11th inning. As it is approaching the 11 o'clock hour, there's a fastball that misses up, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Sosuke Genda. One ball and 2 strikes. Genda waggling the bat, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Atsu, who is the 9th reliever or the 9th pitcher of the night used by the Hawks. Here's the 1-2. It's a fastball that misses up, and the count now goes to 2-2. Hawks looking to put this one away here tonight. So here comes the 2-2 as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses way outside. And now the count goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Genda looking to try to find himself here on base. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 gone here in the 11th. Tatsu delivers. Fastball that just misses outside. Oh, that pitch was too close to take. If you're the home plate umpire, I guess you've already been behind the plate for 4 hours and 46 minutes. What's an extra 5 or 6 more minutes? I don't know if I'd want to be too happy about that one. Let's go up with the right hand and finish him off. Genda's aboard with a walk, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, or slated to bring up the second baseman, Shuta Tonosaki. As Tonosaki is coming to the plate here. Sometimes it just makes you wonder about common sense. Tonosaki tonight, he is 1 for 4 in this one. He's also drawn a walk. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Tonosaki did single his last time up, and he was thrown out trying to steal second. Took a tag right in the face from the shortstop Imamiya as the ball had come up the line from up the baseline from first to second. Breaking ball that misses down, and the count is even now at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Certainly don't want to see this as a 5-hour ball game. Would make it tough. Right-hander holds to the set, and now he's ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow right field. Coming in on it is the right fielder, Yanagamachi. He's got space. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it. This game has come to an end. It was a battle of what I would call a bookend type performance. The Hawks score 4 in the first, and they score 4 in the 11th. Not much on the in-between other than the Lions scoring their 4. And your final score in Saitama is the Hawks 8 and the Lions 4. Once again, everybody, we really appreciate everybody for stopping in here tonight, whether you listen live or on delay. We started off a bit slow here tonight, but we finished strong. We thank everybody for jumping in. We will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night, so hopefully you guys can join us. We look forward to you and your support. Once again, everybody, it's been another Last Raps baseball performance or video performance. We hope you enjoyed the game. Come on back and see us again later. We'll do it all over again in less than 24 hours. Have a great night, everybody. Your final, once again, is the Hawks knocking off the Lions 8-4 in this one. Appreciate you guys for being here. We will be back again. Thanks again. Louis, we appreciate you for being here as well, as is CV Baseball Card Collector Alexander Leggett, Holla Jack. We also had Leslie in here. Douglas was here. Alki was in here. Connor was in here. A Scary Mask was in here as well. We also had Rhodes Scholar, our friend and supporter, as well as the Living Room and Dinger, Tudo, all checking in. And anybody else I might have missed, including Titus. We appreciate you guys for being here with us and your support. We'll see you guys again tomorrow night.
Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Each smile comes back again. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny weather. Happy trails to you until we meet again.